Chapter 1133. Looking at the place that the Dionia people called the naval base, it was not a naval port, as the Greeks understood it to be. It was more like a town. But according to the captain of the clipper, the people living in the base were all the sailors and their families of the Dionian navy. Xenophon could not help but recall some of the information he had learned about the war in the western Mediterranean. In the few naval battles between Dionia and Carthage, both sides sent out about 400 to 500 warships. He had thought that it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that it might be true. At this time, Xenophon had realized that he had been making a mistake since yesterday. He looked at Dionia with the eyes that he was used to looking at the Greek city-states, and naturally felt that everything was wrong. But in fact, Dionia was not an ordinary city-state. It was a kingdom, a country similar to Persia. Although Xenophon had adjusted his mentality, he continued to be shocked by the following journey. The ship left the port of Tarentum and sailed into the Gulf of Turiae, named by the Dionia people. But in Xenophon's eyes, it was not a gulf, but a sea. It was just that this sea was surrounded by Dionia on 3 sides, and became a convenient route for the coastal towns to trade with each other. So the Sparta emissaries saw an endless stream of ships shuttling to and fro around the passenger ship, as though they were in a prosperous port. But in fact, they were on the vast sea, just that the Dionia people had completely turned this sea into their inland sea. When the passenger ship arrived at the mouth of the Crati River, they were even more surprised by the prosperity and bustle of the port. They were awed by the huge size and large population of Turiae. Even the few Sparta people who were the most disapproving of this mission became uneasy, because even the stupidest person could tell that with such a prosperous trade and large population, Dionia was fully capable of sending a large army to bring trouble to Sparta, who were in trouble at the moment. So everyone in the emissary group became a little gloomy, and gradually they did not even speak. When the passenger ship entered the port of the inner city of Turiae, officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dionia came to welcome them. But they did not bring the emissary group to the royal hotel, but directly to the palace, because the king of Devers wanted to meet the Sparta emissaries. Walking in the streets of the inner city, Xenophon saw the dazzling statue of Hades on the hill in the distance, making him feel as though he was in the inner city of Athens. But in fact, there was a big difference. The inner city of Turiae was obviously much quieter and tidier than Athens, and there were many strange buildings, such as the rumored elevated bridge, huge water wheels, automatic water spraying pools, the triumphal arch that represented the glory of Dionia, the different arena, a unique and profound library, and the magnificent the hall. Xenophon knew that it had been less than 30 years since the establishment of Dionia, but at this moment he had the illusion that the city of Turiae had a deep and long cultural heritage. Finally, they came to the palace, where the national flag of Dionia was flying high. Xenophon and another Sparta emissary, the elders and censors of Sparta, finally agreed to Agesilaus' suggestion. But they only made Xenophon the deputy emissary, and the chief emissary was a Sparta general who had made many military achievements. This way he could monitor Xenophon and prevent him from doing anything wrong, and at the same time minimize the criticism from the people, led by the ceremonial officer into the palace. Because of what he had seen and heard, even the Sparta emissary, who was known for being overbearing and unreasonable, was a little nervous at the moment, let alone Xenophon. He had already forgotten the joy of seeing his old friend, and all he could think about was how to complete the task given to him by the Sparta people, and at the same time prevent the powerful people of Dionia from retaliating. "Your Majesty, the emissary of Sparta has arrived." "Invite them in." The voice was steady and heavy, almost without the familiarity it once had. Xenophon composed himself, adjusted his clothes, and stepped into the hall. In addition to the palace guards and the ministers of the main departments of the kingdom, there were also 6 former presidents of the Senate. They did not happen to be here, but had been serving in the palace for the past few years, because they were now known as the assistant ministers of the kingdom. In the 2nd year after Dionia conquered Gaul, in a Senate meeting, a newly promoted senator suddenly raised an objection, criticizing the current Senate system. The presidents presided over the Senate meetings, and at the same time participated in the kingdom's administrative affairs, which allowed them to obtain more important information in advance and use their power to better help those close to them, which was unfair to the other senators. His words immediately caused a huge uproar in the Senate. The elders who supported the rotating chairman all criticized him, while the other elders who were dissatisfied with him also helped him to refute. They even cited many elders who had won the election with the rotating chairman's help in the past few years. The two sides quarreled fiercely over this matter, which did not subside for several days and even seemed to expand. In the end, the king of Devers forcefully intervened, and order was restored in the Senate. But because of this, a new reform was carried out in the Senate. The rotating presidents of the Senate would be held by the senators in turn, and there would no longer be a fixed number of people. In addition to enacting and amending laws, electing regional governors, and supervising the administrative performance of mid-level and senior officials, all the kingdom's administrative decisions and foreign affairs would no longer be submitted to the Senate for review and approval, but would be directly decided by the kingdom's administrative office. The kingdom would establish the position of assistant ministers, a total of 6, whose terms were the same as the ministers of the various ministries, and would assist the king in managing the kingdom's administrative affairs. At the end of their term, they could be elected by the Senate and approved by the king to take over. The Devers took advantage of the storm in the Senate this time to reform it. The Senate's power was reduced, and its functions became more singular. More power was returned to the kingdom's administrative office, which made the administrative efficiency faster and more efficient. The reason why the Senate made such a big concession was that ever since the Devers were crowned with the name Hades, their prestige in the kingdom was unprecedented. The ordinary senators did not dare to oppose them, and the rotating presidents who had the ability to organize everyone to oppose were caught in their weakness, becoming the core of this storm, unable to fend for themselves. In addition, the Devers gave them a way out by using the position of assistant minister, so his plan to take back power was successfully realized in the end. Of course, Xenophon did not understand the political changes in the kingdom of Dionia, nor did he pay attention to the ministers standing on both sides. Ever since he walked into the hall, his eyes had been fixed on the man sitting high on the throne. Divers, who was wearing a crown, stood up and walked down the throne with an agitated expression. He strode up to Xenophon and gave him a strong hug. As it happened too quickly, the ministers and guards in the hall had no time to stop them. They heard the Devers' hearty laughter. "Xenophon, Xenophon, I thought I would never see you again in this life. I didn't expect that, with the blessing of Hades, we finally meet again." The Devers' sudden action was also beyond Xenophon's expectations, and he was quite touched. He immediately put aside what he had planned to say when they met and sighed. "Yes, we haven't seen each other for 27 years, since we parted at Byzantium." "You have a good memory." The Devers put his hands behind his back and bowed slightly to look at him. He asked with a smile, "Do you remember what I said at the time?" Xenophon frowned and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't remember." The Devers raised his eyebrows slightly and pointed around. He said slowly, "I said, I'm going to Greece, I'm going to build a country of my own, and I invited you to join us, but you refused. It's been 27 years. Do you think what I said at the time has come true? Your Majesty, King of Dionia, you have created countless miracles when you were in Persia. So, I take it for granted that you can do anything amazing after that," Xenophon replied unhurriedly. "Ha ha ha." The Devers laughed heartily again. He patted Xenophon's shoulder and said meaningfully, "I haven't seen you for so many years, and you've become very eloquent. Is it because you've been with King Agesilaus of Sparta for a long time? It's because of what I've seen in Dionia. I can't help but be in awe of it," Xenophon said sincerely. The Devers stared at him and stopped smiling. He said seriously, "Every time I read the long march that you wrote, I would think of the difficult days when we went through thick and thin together in Persia. Our friendship should not fade with the passage of time, just like how no matter how powerful Dionia is, It will always treat its friends with sincerity. So, all these years, I've specially asked an envoy to send you an invitation to Dionia to participate in the Scholars' Conference so that we could have a good gathering. But I've never been able to fulfill my wish. Xenophon felt guilty and did not respond. It seems that you're not doing very well in Sparta. The Devers said, half jokingly and half seriously. That's not right. Someone beside him immediately retorted loudly. Xenophon is highly respected in Sparta. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent as an envoy to Dionia this time. The Devers' gaze immediately became sharp and pierced the man in a red cloak with his hair combed into a thick braid. He asked in a deep voice, "And who are you?" "Citizen of Sparta, Gesulus. I was appointed by the Council of Elders to accompany Xenophon to Dionia." The man did not avoid the Devers' sharp gaze and answered in a loud voice. Chapter 1134. The Devers just nodded his head, indicating that he understood. He then turned to look at Xenophon and said with a gratified expression, "To be able to become an envoy of Sparta as a guest, it seems that you've been living well in Sparta, Xenophon." He patted Xenophon's shoulder again and turned to his throne. At the same time he asked, "Why did you come to Dionia as an envoy this time? To renew the friendly agreement? I remember it still has a few years before it expires." Gesulus opened his mouth to speak, but Xenophon quickly stopped him and then said in a measured tone, "Ever since the war between the Thebes and Sparta broke out, it has lasted for several years, causing great damage to both Peloponnesus and central Greece. In order to restore peace to Greece, Sparta decided to make peace with the Thebes and Athens. But the two sides have been fighting each other for years, with many casualties and deep hatred. It is not easy to make peace, so it is best to find a powerful country to persuade the two sides to sit down and negotiate. So Sparta chose to come to us, Dionia." The Devers, who had returned to his throne, leaned forward and interjected with interest. "It seems that our friendship of more than 10 years has not been in vain." Both Xenophon and Gesulus looked embarrassed. Xenophon coughed twice and said in a low voice, "That Sparta did consider inviting Dionia as a mediator. But although Dionia is powerful, it has no influence in Greece, and it is difficult to deter the unruly Thebes and Athens. And it just so happened that Sparta found out that Athens and Thebes had sent envoys to Persia one after another. You also know that Persia played a big role in the last Corinth war, being able to stop the war and reach an agreement. In order to prevent Persia from supporting the enemy, Sparta had to send envoys to Persia. Dionia doesn't have much influence in Greece. Isn't it because we strictly abide by the agreement with Sparta? Although it's so close to Greece, we, Dionia, have never interfered with the politics of Greece for more than 10 years. Now, Sparta is complaining that Dionia has no influence in Greece. And Teres, one of the assistant ministers, could not help but interrupt and complain. On the contrary, Sparta has secretly done some things in the western Mediterranean during the period of the agreement, adding some trouble to Dionia. I also have a question for the emissary of Sparta. Everyone knew that Sparta had been receiving Persia's support all these years, which was why they signed the great king's contract and became the leader of the Greek city-states again. This time, if Sparta wanted to stop the war and negotiate, shouldn't they first seek Persia's support? Why did they let the emissaries of Athens and Thebes beat them to it? Because they had to consider Dionia first. Another assistant minister, Cypros, also followed up with his own questions, trying to expose some of the lies in Xenophon's words. Faced with the questioning of the Dionia ministers, Xenophon could not help but feel a little nervous at the moment, even though he was prepared. This Dionia's performance in keeping its promise is very respectable to the people of Sparta, and because you've defeated Carthage, you've become stronger, and you're very close to Peloponnesus, so Sparta did first think of asking for help from Dionia, but the reality is, all right, there's no need to explain. Since Sparta has decided to seek support from Persia, why did they send you to Dionia? Did Persia refuse Sparta's request? The Devers asked with a faint smile. Xenophon met the deep gaze of the Devers and faintly had an illusion that the king of Dionia had already known the whole story. Suddenly he was enlightened and did not make any more excuses. He said directly, Persia promised to support Sparta, but asked Sparta to break off friendly relations with Ionia. Otherwise, they will turn to support Athens and Thebes, and let Sparta taste an unprecedented defeat. So Sparta sent me here as an emissary to end the friendly agreement that has lasted for more than 10 years with Ionia. Xenophon's words caused quite a commotion in the hall. In order to get Persia's support, Sparta did not hesitate to break off friendly relations with us, Ionia. Are they not afraid of offending us, Ionia, and causing a new war? The military minister, Alexis, asked sternly. Gesilas, who had been silent before, could not help but say loudly, Before I left, King Agesilaus told me that ending the friendly agreement with Ionia this time was indeed a last resort. After the armistice agreement is signed, we, Sparta, will resume our relations with Ionia and sign a new friendly agreement. Please rest assured. It would have been better if he had not said this. After he finished speaking, the whole hall was like a frying pan. Even Hacker, who was usually gentle, said coldly, What does Sparta mean by this? Does Ionia look so easy to bully? If they want to break the agreement, they can break it. If they want to renew it, they can renew it. You have to know that this is the Western Mediterranean Sea, and Ionia is the only king here. All city-states and forces are scrambling to attach themselves to Ionia and take pride in joining the Ionia alliance. With the current strength of Ionia, it has rarely signed an equal agreement with other city-states. Since you, Sparta, don't think that this friendly agreement is precious, when this agreement is torn up, you, Sparta, will deeply feel the terrible pressure that you did not feel in the Corinth War and the Thebes War. After Gesilas finished speaking, Xenophon knew that it was going to be bad. Seeing that Gesilas still wanted to refute, he hurriedly stopped him and subconsciously cast a pleading look at the Devers. Enough. The Devers raised his hand and suppressed the anger of the minister. He said, seriously, we, the people of Ionia, regard promise as our life. Once the agreement is signed, no matter what happens in the future, we will fulfill the agreement. But perhaps for Sparta, an agreement is signed to be torn up. The Peloponnesus War achieved a truce, but a few years later, the Corinth War broke out. Not long after the great king's peace treaty was signed, the Thebes War broke out. Every time, Sparta was the first to break the agreement and start the war. So, we have long been mentally prepared for this friendly agreement to be cancelled by Sparta. It's easy to cancel it, but it's difficult to get it back. You have to know that many people of Tarentum and Carthage still regret it. Xenophon listened to the Devers' meaningful words and was shocked. The Devers emphasized his tone and asked word by word, I am asking you now, Xenophon, is Sparta sure that they want to cancel this friendly agreement? Xenophon hurriedly replied, Yes. In order to reach a truce as soon as possible and restore peace, Sparta has no other choice. But I can guarantee that although the agreement is cancelled, Sparta will still maintain peace with Ionia. This is not up to Sparta. The Devers smiled slightly. Now it seems that the king of Persia has a deep grudge against Ionia. But for the sake of you, Xenophon, Ionia will not cause trouble for Sparta because of this broken agreement. Xenophon was overjoyed and immediately said gratefully, Thank you, your majesty. The people of Sparta will remember your kindness and are willing to always maintain peace with Ionia and will never be manipulated by the people of Persia. The Devers blinked disapprovingly, put his hands on the back of the chair and said with a smile, Now that business is done, let's talk about private matters. Tonight I will be holding a banquet for you in the palace, and I will also invite some of my mercenary friends who fought side by side in Persia to attend, so that we can reminisce about parting. Having successfully completed the task given to him by Sparta, Xenophon was now in a relaxed mood and immediately said, I am very happy to attend this banquet and have a good drink with my former comrades, to make up for the regrets of the past. The Devers smiled at Alexis and the Minister of Commerce, Marigi. The banquet tonight will not be without the two of you, so I will first extend an invitation to you. Alexis and Marigi hurriedly expressed their willingness to attend. After Xenophon and Gessulus left the palace, Antares, who had long been impatient, immediately asked, "Your Majesty, are we just going to let the matter of Sparta's wanton violation of the agreement go away?" "Then what else do you want?" The Devers looked at him and asked calmly, "Declare war on Sparta? We should at least think of a way to punish their rude behavior, or else the other city-states will think that we, Dionia, are weak and easily bullied." Antares' tone was still unyielding. The Devers looked at him, and then at the other ministers with different expressions, and said in a low voice, "Just a punishment will not cause much damage to Sparta, but will instead raise their vigilance. The Persia wants to be a mediator, to reunite the war-torn Greek city-states. I am afraid that they want to create trouble for us, Dionia. The Sparta wants to become the leader of the Greek city-states with the support of Persia. They are all thinking too highly, but I am afraid that things will not go as smoothly as they imagine." "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" Cypros' heart skipped a beat. The Devers did not give a direct response, but smiled slightly. "What we need to do now is to closely monitor the development of the war in Greece, and wait for a favorable opportunity to come." Considering that some of the former mercenary elders were still working elsewhere, the banquet that night was not held, but postponed to 2 days later. In these 2 days, the Devers specially sent someone to accompany Xenophon to tour most of the places in the Turii region, so that he had a deeper understanding of the situation in the kingdom of Dionia. Chapter 1135. 2 days later, a grand banquet was held in the palace of Dionia. Other than the Devers and Xenophon, there were also Helos, Alexis, Amintes, Felicius, Agathia, Tormid, Capys, Antonios, Epthenus, Metones, Olivers, Geogres. Even Princess Christoia attended the banquet. At the banquet, everyone recalled their adventures in Persia and thanked the Devers, Xenophon, and other mercenary leaders for finally bringing them out of danger. They toasted to them one after another, and the atmosphere was quite warm. There were also people who lamented the rich life they enjoyed today and felt sorry for the wrong choices made by Clino, Timicin, and Xenophon. Of course, there were also people who advised Xenophon to leave Sparta and settle down in Dionia to enjoy the rest of his life with his former comrades. But Xenophon perfunctorily brushed them off. When the banquet was about to end and Xenophon toasted to the Devers, he boldly asked with the help of alcohol, "Now that Dionia is so powerful, why is it so lenient towards Sparta for ending the friendly agreement in advance?" The Devers squinted his drunken eyes and calmly told the story. A few years ago, Mauritania, in order to show its respect, sent a few elephants to the kingdom and kept them next to the royal residence. The hounds in the residence barked at the elephants from afar out of fear, but the elephants remained quiet and ignored them. Not long after, the hounds stopped barking, and both sides lived in harmony. Xenophon had visited the zoo in the past 2 days and knew how huge an elephant's body was. After listening to the story, he was silent for a moment. Sparta's emissaries quickly returned to Sparta. After learning that the king of Dionia had calmly accepted the matter of Sparta ending the friendship agreement and did not intend to punish them, the elders and inspectors heaved a sigh of relief. However, when Xenophon visited Agesilaus, he described in detail what he saw in the kingdom of Dionia and reminded him solemnly, "Although Dionia has no ill intentions toward Sparta, it's best to sign a new contract with Dionia as soon as possible to restore our friendship." It was an obvious question, but Agesilaus thought about it for a while and said with a serious expression, "You're right. We must hold the peace talks with Thebes and Athens as soon as possible. The contract must be signed as soon as possible. Only then will Sparta have the confidence to negotiate with Dionia." In the spring of 371 BC, the 23rd year of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, the War of the Thebes, which had lasted for many years, finally ushered in the dawn of peace. With the support of Persia, the two sides of the war would hold peace talks in the city of Sparta. As it was the home ground of Sparta, the main city-states of the Peloponnesus alliance had sent emissaries to participate in the peace talks. They were the first to arrive at the meeting place. They were followed by the emissaries from Athens. The chief general of Athens, Callistratus, was the main person in charge, and his assistant was Callias, the torchbearer of the Eleusis ritual. The last to arrive was the emissaries from Thebes, led by Epaminondas. In addition, Persia had also sent emissaries to participate in this meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, Athens launched an attack on Sparta. Callias and Callistratus successively accused Sparta of acting arbitrarily and oppressing their allies, which was the main culprit of the war. At the same time, they bemoaned the state of the universe and pointed out the harm caused by the war to the Greek city-states, which resonated with the emissaries from the various city-states present. Agesilaus and Archidamus, who attended the meeting in Sparta, seemed to feel that they were in the wrong and did not immediately refute. Therefore, all the emissaries present quickly reached a consensus. Stop the war. It seemed that the people of Athens were still on the side of the Thebes against the people of Sparta, but in fact, through the contact between Timagoras and Leticlus in Persia, the two sides had secretly reached a certain tacit understanding. Therefore, in the following discussion of the signing of the contract, this tacit understanding was revealed. Both Athens and Sparta declared that according to the proposal of Persia, the basis of the peace was still based on the principles set out in the Great Contract, which was that all city-states must withdraw their troops, whether it was land or navy, stationed in other states, and any alliances must be dissolved, allowing all Greek city-states to maintain their independence. In this way, there was a big problem. This was also a problem that could not be solved after the end of the Corinth War and the signing of the Great Contract. The Athens Alliance and the Peloponnesus Alliance did not comply with the rules and should be dissolved. For this reason, Epaminondas, who had been quietly watching the performance of the people of Athens, immediately pointed out this problem loudly, who knew that the people of Athens and Sparta were already prepared. Callistratus immediately admitted that the original Great Contract was indeed inappropriate. He thought that it should be amended to change the provisions to no city-state could be forced to become a member of the alliance, but different city-states could cooperate with each other according to their will, but there was no need to sign a treaty to make it mandatory. Agesilaus immediately agreed to this. He thought that such a change was more reasonable and more acceptable to the city-states. The envoys of the other cities of Peloponnesus also expressed their agreement one after another. Together with the support of the envoys of Persia, the terms of the contract were confirmed, and all that was left was to sign the oath. One by one, the envoys of the cities of Peloponnesus rushed to sign the name of the city, followed by the envoys of Athens and Sparta. Finally, it was the turn of the envoys of Thebes. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. Epaminondas stood up with a solemn expression and solemnly swore in the name of Zeus. He then picked up a pen and wrote his name on the oath. Most of the people in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, but they heard Agesilaus say in a deep voice, "People of Thebes, you've signed the wrong name." Epaminondas said very confidently, "I've confirmed it. There's no mistake." At this time, the other people in the hall felt that something was wrong. They rushed to pick up the oath and saw that it was clearly written, Paiotia Epaminondas. Agesilaus said angrily, "Epaminondas, are you fooling us? Everyone knows that Paiotia is a region, and the Thebes are just a city-state in this region. What right do they have to sign on behalf of all the city-states in the Paiotia region?" Epaminondas was not afraid at all. He looked at Agesilaus and said calmly, "What's so strange about this? You can think of Paiotia as Laconia. Laconia is the region where the people of Sparta live." Or Epaminondas turned his head to look at Callistratus and said very firmly, "Attica, not the Peloponnesus Alliance or the Athens Sea Alliance." As soon as this was said, the emissaries of the other city-states in the hall were shocked. The ambition of the Thebes was obvious. They wanted to unify Paiotia. Callistratus immediately retorted, "When the Greeks talk about Athens, they don't just mean Athens, but the entire Attica region. When the Greeks talk about Sparta, they're also referring to the entire Laconia region. But when people talk about Thebes, are they referring to the entire Paiotia region?" Obviously, They are only referring to the city-state of Thebes. Why is this so? That's because Athens and Sparta have integrated a region a long time ago, and after a long time, the other Greeks have recognized this. Unfortunately, they can't recognize that the Thebes represent Paeotia, because until now, many city-states in the Paeotia region are still independent. Agesilaus then said sternly, "According to this oath, the Thebes must disband your newly established Paeotia alliance, and let every city-state in Paeotia under your control gain independence and freedom." Epaminondas did not show any weakness and rebutted Agesilaus. "If you, Sparta, let every city in Laconia gain independence, then the Paeotia alliance will be disbanded." Then he looked at Agesilaus and Callistratus with a firm expression and argued, "You, Sparta, have no right to interfere with the internal affairs of Paeotia, just like we Thebes have no right to interfere with the internal management of Laconia. Laconia, Paeotia, and Attica represent different political systems, and under the witness of Zeus, each political system is legitimate. The alliance of Paeotia and the development of Attica into a city are natural things. This process is as legitimate as the development of Laconia into an oligarchy under Sparta." Agesilaus' son Archidamus interrupted him loudly. "You are talking nonsense. You Thebes just want to continue waging war and attack other city-states in Paeotia to deprive them of their independence and freedom. This is absolutely not allowed." Epaminondas sneered. "Didn't you Sparta people do this before? You shamelessly attacked our city and stationed troops and officers in other Paeotia city-states to deprive them of their independence and freedom. It is because of your invasion that we, the Paeotia, realize that we must unite to ensure the freedom of the Paeotia people." Archidamus was speechless. Epaminondas then said to Agesilaus sternly, "For the sake of this Paeotia alliance, we Thebes have indeed used some forceful measures, but you Sparta people have no right to interfere. This is because in the ancient times, when no one could accurately measure time, your ancestors adopted even more forceful measures. This kingdom that you maintain is built by them using this forceful method. Now the friendly alliance of Thebes and Paeotia has decided to adopt the same method as Sparta, to establish a united and unified Paeotia alliance that includes all the city-states in Paeotia. In order to achieve this great goal, our citizens will not fear death." Chapter 1136. Agesilaus was taken aback by Epaminondas' forceful words and fearless expression. Seeing that the situation was not good, Callistratus was about to speak to resolve it. However, he heard the Persia envoy Datis say sternly, "Since you have signed the contract, you must act according to the contract. Stop all wars and restore peace to Greece. This is the desire of the Greek city-states and the urgent request of the great Persia king. From now on, if any city-state dares to start a war or invade another city-state, Persia will strongly support the other city-states that have signed the contract to form an alliance and severely punish them. Thebes, I advise you to obediently fulfill the contract." Epaminondas sneered a few times and looked straight at the Persia envoy. His eyes were cold and threatening. "Previously, because we believed Persia's words, we signed the great contract and disbanded the Paeotia alliance. In the end, Sparta violated the contract and ambushed Thebes, captured our citadel, and enslaved our people. What did Persia do about this shameless violation of the contract? Nothing at all. So what peace? What independence? Let them all go to hell. We Thebes only believe in ourselves now." As Epaminondas spoke, he even clenched his fist, causing the Persia envoy to subconsciously take a few steps back. However, Epaminondas did not punch the Persia envoy in the face. Instead, he resolutely turned around and walked out of the venue. The other Thebes also followed him out of the venue. The Thebes envoy group left, and no one stopped them. For a moment, the venue was silent. Does this signature of the Thebes still count? Callistratus' voice broke the silence. "Of course not." Agesilaus said angrily with a sullen face, "Since the Thebes have no intention of signing the contract, there is no need for us to drag them in. I suggest that this signature be deleted." The envoys from the various cities expressed their approval one after another, and so did the envoy from Athens. The Thebes are rude and unreasonable. I'm afraid they will continue to wage war when they return. The king of Persia will never allow such a thing to happen. At this time, the Persia emissary Datis roared angrily, "We of Persia will strongly support you in building an army to punish the Thebes and uphold the sanctity of the peace treaty." Datis is right. We should do this. Agesilaus immediately looked at Callistratus. "What do you people from Athens think?" Callistratus said without hesitation, "We of Athens also support this decision. If Sparta wants to punish the Thebes, we will provide naval support, just like how we helped the Thebes in the past." The Thebes do not have a navy at all. The navy provided by Athens is completely useless. Agesilaus knew this, but he did not object because he felt that regardless of whether the navy provided by Athens was of practical help to Sparta or not, this action by Athens itself was of great significance. It allowed the other cities in Greece to see that Athens was on the side of Sparta, and with this first support, there would be a second, a third. There was still a long way to go. Therefore, Agesilaus immediately expressed his gratitude to the Athens envoy group. While the envoys of the various cities continued to discuss the contract, the Thebes envoy group had already ridden out of the city of Sparta and went straight to the port by the sea. At this time, a Thebes emissary finally had time to complain. "Epaminondas, although your speech at the meeting just now was exciting, it will inevitably anger Sparta and strengthen their attack on us Thebes." Epaminondas looked back at them and said in a deep voice, "Before this, some of us still had some illusions about this peace treaty. I believe that now they will completely give up. Our ally Athens has betrayed us. Like Sparta, they do not want us Thebes to unify the entire Boeotia region." "You are right, Epaminondas," another Thebes emissary said angrily, although it is stated in the contract that to ensure the independence and freedom of each city-state, to dissolve the established alliances or alliances, it also said that each city-state can help each other voluntarily. Even if Athens and Sparta disband their alliances, with the influence and strength of their city-state, the original alliances will still voluntarily rely on them and be ordered around by them. Once we disband the Boeotia alliance, we will soon become a pile of loose sand. Athens and Thebes are worried that after we unify the Boeotia region, we will have the ability to fight against them. That is why they are trying their best to stop us. We must not give in." Epaminondas' tone was firm. "But this time, Sparta has the support of Athens and Persia. They will attack us even more fiercely," the Thebes emissary said worriedly. "We are not fighting alone. Thessaly will fully support us, and we can also seek help from the kingdom of Ionia," Epaminondas comforted them. "Ionia and Sparta have been friendly for more than 10 years. Will they choose to help us? I have discussed this issue with Peropides, and we agreed that Persia and Ionia must have a grudge against each other. Since Sparta broke the friendly agreement with Ionia and chose Persia, it is very likely that Ionia will accept our proposal and form an alliance with Thebes." Epaminondas' words made the other Thebes emissaries fall into deep thought. "But no matter who we form an alliance with, we, Thebes, must rely on our own strength to become stronger." Epaminondas looked forward with determination. 2 days later, the Athens emissary delegation also left Sparta and returned to their motherland. On the way, Callistratus was very satisfied and said to Callistratus, "In this peace negotiation, we, Athens, have gained the most benefits and the greatest harvest." Callistratus was a little puzzled. Under the partiality of the Persia emissary, we have to help Sparta attack the Thebes. This is actually a re-recognition of Sparta's position as the leader of the alliance. It should be Sparta who has gained the most. Although Callistratus somewhat despised this mediocre emissary from Athens, as the torchbearer of the Eleusis ritual, Callistratus not only had a lot of influence in Athens, but also in Peloponnesus. Otherwise, the contract would not have been named after him, the Callistratus contract. Since Callistratus agreed to help Sparta attack the Thebes, when he returned to Athens, he would definitely be criticized by some political enemies. He needed Callistratus' full support, so he patiently explained to him, "Ever since the War of Peloponnesus, the strength of our Athens has been completely weakened. Not only have we been under the control of Sparta, but we have also been forced to disband all of our alliances. For Athens, which relies on the prosperity of sea trade, this is undoubtedly an extremely heavy blow. When the War of Corinth broke out, the national strength of Athens was restored, but the signing of the great contract forced us to disband the alliances that relied on us again, until the signing of the contract this time," Callistratus said in a serious tone. "Sparta has recognized the existence of the Athens Maritime Alliance, in fact, has placed Athens on the same level as Sparta. As for the fact that we agreed to help Sparta in the war, it is just to give Sparta a false reputation. In fact, the war against the Thebes does not require the use of the navy. Even if Sparta wants us to send the army in the future, we can find a way to do it perfunctorily. Sparta is now our ally, but in the future there will be a conflict of interest with Athens. The Thebes have become our ally because of Sparta, but don't forget the reason why they were the enemy of Athens for a long time. This time, the Thebes did not sign the contract, which will inevitably lead to the continuation of the war between them and Sparta. This is a good thing for us. The national strength of the Thebes has now greatly increased, and Sparta will not be able to defeat them easily. The continuation of the war will consume the strength of both sides. When the time is right, we, Athens, will intervene and decide the final outcome, so that we can reap the greatest benefits." Callistratus was convinced by him. When the emissary group returned to Athens, Callistratus received an urgent notice from the council. There was a secret message from the city of Thebes, and they had sent Peropides as an emissary to Dionia in an attempt to form an alliance with them. Callistratus was shocked. Although they had been kings for many years, experienced many things, and met many famous people, the Devers could not suppress their curiosity. They looked at the emissary of Thebes standing in the middle of the palace hall, because this person was too legendary. When Sparta conquered central and northern Greece, and almost all the Greek city-states succumbed to Sparta's force, this young man, who was not famous at that time, bravely sneaked back to the Thebes with a few like-minded friends, assassinated the puppet that the Sparta supported, and called on the people to drive away the Sparta army in Thebes. When many Greeks thought that the resistance of the Thebes was just a flash in the pan, the Thebes government, led by him, was not destroyed by the continuous attacks of the Sparta army. On the contrary, the Thebes gradually grew stronger during the war, and in the end they were even able to stand up to the Sparta. Peropides. The Devers repeated this name in his heart. In his previous life, he did not know much about the history of ancient Greece. He only remembered one of the Thebes Ippomelanda. Now he thought that this person in front of him was also a great person. Peropides was also curiously looking at the king of Dionia. He thought that he had done something great so far, but compared to this person in front of him, it was nothing. When he had just become an adult and was still keen on attending banquets, competitions, and plays, this person had already led the mercenary army through many dangers and returned from the hinterland of Persia, winning a great reputation. Then he went to Great Greece, defeated the natives with less than 1,000 troops, occupied Turiae, and founded the kingdom of Dionia. He defeated Crotone, Syracuse, and Carthage. In just over 20 years, this kingdom became the real overlord of the western Mediterranean Sea. He had been to Persia and seen the prosperity of Babylon. When he set foot on the land of Dionia, he carefully observed along the way, especially the magnificent size of the city of Turiae and the prosperity of the port, which made him feel that it was not much worse than Persia. Therefore, he was surprised and excited, thinking that he had come to the right place. Chapter 1137. Devers coughed softly and said in a serious tone, "Peropides, someone told me that you played an important role in the Thebes regaining their independence and being able to fight against the Sparta for many years. They even had a slight advantage over us." Parapeta's spirit was lifted. He could feel a trace of kindness from Dever's words. He immediately replied humbly, "The Thebes are what they are today because of the joint efforts of all the citizens who love the Thebes. I'm just like them. I'm just doing my best. What I've done is nothing compared to the powerful kingdom you've built. You're too modest." Dever smiled. Other than Plato, this was the first time he had heard such a high evaluation from a powerful figure in Greece. He felt slightly proud of himself. He patted the armrest and asked, "What's the purpose of your visit to Thurii this time?" "Your Majesty," Parapetes said solemnly, 10 days ago, Thebes was invited to Sparta to negotiate a truce." Pelopidas said solemnly, "The war has been going on for so many years. The land of the Thebes has been destroyed by the Sparta. The lives of the people are very difficult. We were very willing to stop the war and restore peace. However, during the negotiation, Athens betrayed us. They joined forces with the Sparta. With the strong support of the Persia, they jointly pressured us to disband the Piotia alliance. However, their own alliance was preserved through such a contract." Parapetes summarized the general content of the contract, and then said with grief and indignation, "Our emissary resisted the pressure and did not sign the contract. Once we agreed to their request and disbanded the Piotia alliance, if Sparta violated the contract again and launched an attack on the Thebes, we would not be able to fight against them. Due to our refusal, the Persia threatened us, saying that they would fully support Sparta and severely punish the Thebes. So today I came to Thurii to seek support from Dionia on behalf of the Thebes." After Parapetes finished, he saw the Devers sitting firmly on the throne with his hand on his chin. He continued, "Before this peace negotiation, I heard that Sparta and Athens had sent emissaries to Persia to seek support. I was also sent to Babylon as the emissary of the Thebes, and was summoned by the king of Persia. In front of the 3 emissaries, the king of Persia clearly asked us to stop the war and said, 'Dionia has ambitions for Greece. Only when the Greek city-states unite can we resist the invasion of the Dionysian army.' So the king of Persia sent emissaries to promote this peace negotiation in Sparta." The Devers' heart skipped a beat. He did not think that Parapetes lied to seek support from Dionia, because what he said also confirmed why Persia had previously forced Sparta to end the peace agreement with Dionia in advance. It seemed that the Persia had begun to play against Dionia. Thinking of this, the Devers looked at Parapetes and said slowly, "So, do you Thebes think that Dionia is a threat to Greece?" "I think what the king of Persia said is simply a joke." Parapetes said indignantly, "The Persia are foreigners. Since the beginning of the Greco-Persian War, they have been delusional about annexing the Greek land and enslaving the Greek people. For decades, they have never stopped interfering in the political situation of Greece. Nowadays, the continuous wars in Greece have a lot to do with Persia. On the other hand, Dionia is a kingdom mainly established by the Greeks. Since its establishment, it has been living in harmony with Greece without any conflicts or wars. Who is good and who is bad can be easily seen by comparison. So I have come to ask the noble king to lend a helping hand and help the Thebes to fight against the allied forces of Persia and Sparta, so that all the city-states in Greece can regain freedom and peace and no longer be under their control. If Dionia does this, not only will it destroy the series of conspiracies of Persia against Dionia in advance, but it will also allow Dionia to win prestige in Greece and the support of most of the city-states." The Devers nodded and showed a troubled expression. "What you said makes some sense, but Dionia and Sparta have been friendly for more than 10 years. Not long ago, I even said to the envoy of Sparta that they will not be punished for ending the friendly agreement in advance." "Your Majesty," Parapetes immediately persuaded, "Dionia keeps its promise and is famous for the Mediterranean Sea. It is admirable. But in the more than 10 years that you have been earnestly fulfilling the friendly agreement with Sparta, what did the Sparta people do? As far as I know, they violated the terms of the agreement and secretly maintained contact with Syracuse. They took the initiative to take in some of the remaining Greek forces that hated Dionia during the war between you and Carthage. These forces also formed an army and invaded the territory of Dionia. It is hard to say that Sparta did not instigate this. The Sparta people are insidious and cunning. As long as it is beneficial to them, they will do anything. It is the same for Thebes, and it is the same for Dionia. To talk about trust with them is like cattle and sheep facing a wolf. We will always be the ones to suffer. Also, it's been almost a month since the Spartans broke their agreement with Dionia. During this month, the Spartans didn't take any hostile actions against the Spartans, so you can be considered to have fulfilled your promise. In addition, because of the armistice negotiations this time, the war between Thebes and Sparta has stopped for a period of time. In the eyes of the Greek people, peace has already appeared. If Sparta attacks the Thebes again after Dionia and Thebes form an alliance, it will let the Greek people know more clearly who the real perpetrator of the war is. It will also let the people of Dionia see more clearly how Sparta people treat Dionia, who has maintained a friendly relationship with them for more than 10 years. Of course, if they can take Dionia into consideration and restore peace in Greece, I think it will be a good thing for everyone. Devers sighed and said, "It seems that your visit to Persia and you were courteously received by the king of Persia is true. You are indeed very persuasive." Pelopidas was overjoyed, but he responded modestly, "That's because what I said is the truth." Devers finally said seriously, "In this case, I agree to form a military alliance between the kingdom of Dionia and Thebes. I hope that this time our sincere efforts can be treated sincerely by each other." Although Pelopidas had some confidence in gaining the support of Dionia, he did not expect that the king of Dionia would be willing to form a military alliance with Thebes. He could no longer suppress the joy in his heart, and his face was full of smiles. Soon, the foreign minister of Dionia, Ansitanos, and Pelopidas began to discuss the alliance. One day later, Ansitanos came to the palace and reported to Devers. "Pelopidas hopes that Dionia will support Thebes in unifying the Boeotia region?" Devers frowned. "Yes, your majesty. It seems that the Thebes have a strong obsession with this. I heard that when they were negotiating the contract with Sparta, it was because Sparta forced them to disband the Thebes alliance that the negotiations broke down." Ansitanos reminded tactfully. Devers tapped his hand on the wooden table and pondered for a while before saying, "Agree to it." Before Ansitanos could respond, Hannibores, who was at the side, asked doubtfully, "Your Majesty, judging from the current situation, Sparta will definitely launch another attack on the Thebes. We have already given the Thebes great support by forming an alliance with the Thebes at this time. Now, we have to help them unify the Boeotia region. Isn't this a little overestimating the Thebes?" Devers took over his words and said in a serious tone, "Henny, you should take a longer view. Don't just focus on the small benefits in front of you. Even if the Thebes really unify the Boeotia region, the land area is only comparable to Messapi, Pacheti, and other regions. It won't pose any threat to us. However, in order to achieve this goal, the Thebes dared to go against Sparta, Athens, and Persia. This shows how important it is to the Thebes. If we can help them, they will naturally be more grateful. This will be of great help to us in establishing a foothold in Greece in the future. What's more, if our allies are stronger, they'll be able to contend with Athens, Sparta, and other powerful Greek states. It'll be more helpful for us, Dionysia, to enter Greece in the future, and it'll be more beneficial to the stability of Greece. Your Majesty, you are indeed far-sighted." Hannibores praised loudly in admiration. Devers, however, did not appreciate his compliment. He pointed at Ansitanos and said, You just haven't thought about it properly. When your teacher came to report to me, he had already considered the pros and cons of these things. He understood it clearly. Hannibores immediately looked at Ansitanos. Ansitanos said calmly, "Your Majesty, Hannibores is not an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It is impossible for him to understand the complicated relationships between the Greek city-states in detail, and it is impossible for him to think about how to gain benefits from it every day like we do. How can he make a very accurate judgment? Chapter 1138. I understand. I'll go back and discuss with the others to fight for more benefits for the kingdom. Ansitanos replied. Also, Devers hesitated for a moment before saying, Do you want to reconsider your resignation as the Foreign Affairs Minister? Another war is about to break out in the complicated Greece. Foreign affairs are of utmost importance, and we need an experienced minister like you to take the helm. How can you leave at such a crucial time? Ansitanos stretched out his skinny fingers and touched his gray hair. Your Majesty, I'm old, and I don't have enough energy to handle such a heavy task, especially when the war is about to break out. I might as well resign as the Foreign Affairs Minister and seize the remaining time to do what I like, such as writing the history of the first 20 years of Dionia. All right. Devers didn't force it. He thought for a moment before saying, I've looked at the candidates you've listed for the Foreign Affairs Minister and thought about it for a long time. I think Topyrus is more suitable. He's made great contributions in the Western Mediterranean War and the Gallic War. He's qualified and capable enough. What do you think? I fully agree with your Majesty's decision, Ansitanos replied without hesitation. Then, after the signing of the covenant with the Thebes, I'll gather the 6 assistant ministers to confirm this matter. Yes, your Majesty. Herney, send your teacher off for me. Teacher, how many chapters have you written in the history of the first 20 years of Dionia? It's best to publish it at the same time as my Records of the Western Mediterranean War, so that the readers can compare the details and understand the history of that period. Henipolis was still talking nonstop on the way to send Ansitanos off. Ansitanos listened quietly and responded occasionally. When they walked out of the palace, he said with a serious expression, Henipolis, you have to watch your tone when talking to His Majesty in the future. It's best not to be so casual anymore. I've always spoken to His Majesty like this. Is there a problem? Henipolis was a little puzzled. His Majesty is no longer the same as before. Not only does he have unprecedented prestige in the kingdom, but his power has also increased. He had recommended a total of 4 candidates for the position of Foreign Affairs Minister, and 3 of them were his students. Be it qualifications or achievements, they were not inferior to Tapius, but the Devers chose Tapius, who was not that close to him. If it was a few years ago, important appointments such as the kingdom's Minister of Foreign Affairs would usually have to be discussed by the ministers and finally submitted to the Senate for approval. But now it only needed His Majesty and the 6 assistant ministers to make a decision. It was basically decided by the Devers. Teacher, His Majesty is the same as before. There's nothing different about him. You're thinking too much. Henoboris had a different opinion on this, and he comforted Ansitanos instead. Ansitanos could only say helplessly, It seems that I'm really getting old. My imagination is running wild. After the signing of the Treaty of Kaliaz, according to the contract, the contracting parties must recall their troops stationed abroad and dismantle their military fortresses in foreign countries. Therefore, Athens was recalling the troops led by Iphicrates who were stationed in Kerkyra, but Sparta did not implement the contract. On the contrary, after learning that the Thebes had sent an envoy to Dionia, the Sparta people felt a sense of urgency. They wanted to send an envoy, Xenophon, to Dionia to persuade the king of Devers not to provide support to the Thebes. But the Persia envoy Datis, who had not left, warned Sparta not to have close contact with Dionia. He also said that in order to support Sparta in punishing the Thebes, a large number of Persia's gifts to Sparta were being carried by a fleet from Miletus and would soon arrive. Under such a situation, Sparta decided to attack the Thebes first. This time, the Sparta people summoned the alliance army faster than ever. As Agesilaus was not feeling well, the army was still under the command of another Sparta king, Cleombrotus. Before the signing of the contract, he was ordered to be stationed in the territory of Phocis. In May, the reinforcements crossed the Gulf of Corinth and rushed to meet him. At this time, the news of the alliance between Dionia and the Thebes had spread to Sparta, making the Sparta people nervous. Subsequently, the messenger of Dionia, Topyrus, also came to Sparta and reminded the Council of Elders that Dionia had formed an alliance with the Thebes. They hoped that Sparta could stop the war with the Thebes and restore peace, so that Dionia would not have to be involved in the war due to the alliance agreement. This would destroy the friendship between Dionia and Sparta that had lasted for more than 10 years. However, the elders, led by Agesilaus, said that Sparta did not know that Dionia had formed an alliance with the Thebes. Therefore, the army had already set off and might have even fought with the Thebes. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to withdraw the army in a short period of time. However, they would do their best to restore peace to Greece. Topyrus saw that the Sparta people were perfunctory, but he was only here to notify them according to traditional etiquette. The king of the Devers did not ask him to stop the war, so Topyrus quickly left. On his way out of the city, he encountered the messenger of Persia, Datis, who threatened and ridiculed him. Seeing that most of the Sparta people were on the side of the messenger of Persia, Topyrus did not refute them with all his strength. After a few words, he left awkwardly, but he remembered the humiliation in his heart. In the middle of June, Cleombrotus stationed his troops in Phocis and Piotia's gateway, Coronia, waiting for the subsequent reinforcements to arrive before immediately marching towards the Thebes. Now, all the people in Greece believed that the decisive battle between the Thebes and Sparta was inevitable, and the vast army of Sparta made them believe that Sparta had the absolute advantage. The next step was to wait for the Thebes to be completely destroyed or become puppets controlled by Sparta. Even many of the Thebes had no hope of victory, and some even suggested to surrender to Sparta. Some city-states, such as Athens, gloated over the impending doom of the Thebes. Some city-states, such as Argos, silently prayed for the Thebes, and a few city-states at this time extended a helping hand to the Thebes, the most famous of which was Tarchus Iazon. He had secretly formed an alliance with the Thebes a year ago, and at this critical time he sent 300 Thessaly cavalrymen to the Thebes by sea. Because the land route to the Hot Spring Pass was controlled by Sparta, it was impossible for the Thessaly people to go south through it. At the beginning of July, Cleombrotus unexpectedly ordered his army to quickly pass through a narrow path in the mountains, avoiding the ambush of the allied forces of the Thebes, and arrived at Thisbe. He raided the only port occupied by the Thebes. Cleombrotus seized the few warships of the Thebes, thus ensuring the safety of the retreat route. After resting for 2 days, the allied forces of Sparta, with more than 10,000 soldiers, marched straight to the Thebes in the north. When they arrived at the highlands of Leuctra, the Sparta found that the road ahead had been blocked by the army of the Thebes. Originally, when the allied forces of Sparta entered the territory of Piotia, many Thebes generals thought that this time the allied forces of Sparta were aggressive, and their numbers were much greater than before, so they could not face the enemy head-on. Therefore, they suggested to temporarily avoid the front line, give up the military fortresses on the periphery, and retreat back to the city of Thebes to defend. However, Epaminondas firmly opposed this idea. He firmly believed that they should take the initiative to face the enemy and not let the Sparta invade the core area of the Thebes. Otherwise, if they were allowed to destroy the farmlands and villages, the citizens' determination to fight would be shaken. Over the years, Epaminondas had led the Thebes to successfully resist the invasion of the allied forces of Sparta, so he had a very high reputation among the citizens. In addition, he had been elected as the military chief of the Piotia Alliance. The highest position in the Piotia Alliance was elected once a year, and the other one was Pelopidas. Pelopidas, who had returned to the city of Thebes, fully supported the decision of Epaminondas. Therefore, the Piotia Alliance, led by the Thebes, finally decided to fight the allied forces of Sparta to the death. Epaminondas led all the forces of the Piotia Alliance to the highlands of Leuctra early, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. The highlands of Leuctra was located at the southern end of the plain where the Thebes were located. It was full of low hills, and one of the round hills was relatively flat. It was the place where the commander and the main generals of the Thebes resided, and it was also the place where the heavy infantry gathered. When Epaminondas learned that the allied forces of Sparta had arrived, he did not immediately start to arrange his formation and assume a fighting posture. Instead, he moved his army to the hill opposite the settlement of the allied forces of Sparta and began to build a camp. At this time, some Thebes generals suggested to Epaminondas that they should take advantage of the fact that the Sparta army had just marched to this point, and when the veterans of the division were tired, they should launch an attack. Epaminondas did not take up the suggestion. On the second day, the Spartans still did not take any military action. But Cleombrotus had learned through the centuries that the number of Piotia alliance in the opposite camp was significantly less than his own. This finally prompted him to lead the fully rested Sparta alliance out of the camp on the morning of the third day, and began to arrange their formation along the gentle hillside. When Epaminondas heard the news, he immediately rushed outside the camp and looked at the opposite hill. He then smiled, because the formation of the allied forces of Sparta had not changed much from the formation that the Sparta had participated in the past. The army was still lined up, and the Sparta warriors in red cloaks were on the right wing, and they stood out from the entire formation. Chapter 1139. Sparta will be defeated by us. Epaminondas' strong confidence infected the generals around him. They quickly led the troops according to Epaminondas' plan and began to arrange the formation in front of the camp. Because the Piotia coalition army had fewer soldiers, the length of their formation was shorter than the Sparta coalition army's formation, and the thickness was also very thin. The only exception was the left wing, because at the front was the Thebes led by Pelopidas, followed by the Thebes heavy infantry led by Epaminondas. The thickness of the column was as high as 50 rows. Moreover, Epaminondas deliberately waited for the right wing and the middle wing to be arranged before he began to arrange the left wing. As soon as the left wing was arranged, he gave the order to blow the horn to attack, so that even if the Sparta people felt that something was wrong, they had no time to adjust their formation. The horn was blown, and the Thebes led by Pelopidas led the entire left wing to advance quickly. The army in the middle and right wing, under Epaminondas' prior instructions, deliberately slowed down, so that the left wing quickly broke through the front. The entire infantry formation was like a hammer swinging down with all its might, and the head of the hammer was the left wing. However, the first to start the battle was the cavalry. Epaminondas gathered the cavalry to the front of the middle in advance. Seeing this, the king of Sparta, Cleombrotus, naturally also gathered his cavalry to the front of the middle in order to fight against the Sparta army. When the horn was blown, the infantry of both sides were still advancing, but the cavalry of both sides had already fought. The Piotia coalition army cavalry, with the Thessaly cavalry as the main force, was obviously stronger than the Sparta coalition army cavalry, and they were quickly defeated. Under the deliberate driving of the Piotia coalition army cavalry, the Sparta coalition army cavalry had to retreat in the direction of the middle and left wing, which hindered the advance of these two infantry formations and gradually separated from the Sparta phalanx on the right wing. The king of Sparta, who was in the middle of the formation, could not see that the formation had broken away, but he could see that the cavalry in front of him had been defeated. However, for the Sparta people, the cavalry had never been the main force in battle. They had been invincible in Greece for years, because they had received military training since childhood, and they had experienced countless battles and tempering themselves. The king's guards were at the front, and they were the elite of the elite. Anyone who could become one of them would win the respect of the Sparta people. The establishment of the Sparta king's guards was 300 people. But over the years of continuous wars, the population of Sparta had plummeted, and they could no longer maintain this number. At this time, there were only 100 people in the formation. Therefore, the king of Sparta, like the surrounding Sparta warriors, was not moved by the defeat of the cavalry and still believed that the final victory would belong to them. When they saw that the Thebes were not far from them, the Sparta people roared and began to charge. At the same time, the sacred team of Thebes also charged under the leadership of Pelopidas. The weapons and equipment of the sacred team of Thebes were no different from the heavy infantry behind them. But for the past few years, they had either been training or fighting, and they had defeated the Sparta soldiers many times in small-scale battles. Whether it was in terms of combat skills or spirit, they were far superior to the other Duke's militia. Moreover, they believed that fighting side by side with their lover was the sublimation and integration of emotions. Therefore, as the speed of their charge increased, so did their fighting spirit. Therefore, when the heavy infantry of both sides collided, the sacred team of Thebes was actually evenly matched with the king's guards of Sparta in terms of strength and skills. But when the reinforcements of both sides pressed forward, the difference in strength gradually became apparent. Compared to a column of 50 people and a column of 15 people, the difference in strength was obvious. This difference was reflected in the battle when both sides pushed and pushed. The side of Sparta, who had fewer people, could only retreat step by step under the strong pressure, and the originally dense formation gradually became loose. The sacred team of Thebes bravely squeezed into the gap, trying to expand the gap and destroy the shield formation. They were not afraid of the continuous spears of the Sparta soldiers, because they wanted to show their bravery to their lover. Defeating the Sparta soldiers was undoubtedly a lifetime of glory, and they believed that even if they attacked with all their strength and reduced their defense, their lover would block everything for them. The sacred team of Thebes, fearless of death and the strong pressure of the super-thick column, caused the soldiers of Sparta to fall one after another, and the formation began to become fragmented. The worst thing was that their king was in trouble. Cleombrotus, who had personally joined the battle, had just stabbed his spear into the chest of a Thebes soldier who had rushed in front of him. Unexpectedly, the soldier spat out blood, but he held on to the spear and shouted a person's name. Then, another Thebes soldier beside the soldier rushed forward with tears in his eyes. He ignored the stabbing spears of the king's guards and pounced on Cleombrotus, who was caught off guard and fell to the ground. The king of Sparta, whose helmet had rolled to the side, watched as the soldier's back was pierced by several spears, but the soldier still tried to bite his throat with a ferocious, "Look, the king was dead." The people of Sparta were founded on martial arts. Except for the battle at Hot Spring Gate, where the difference in military strength was too great, there had never been a king who died in any other battle. But today's tragedy happened, and it was hard to imagine how much of a blow it was to the morale of the Sparta soldiers. What's more, they were now facing the terrifying Thebes, who were like mad demons. In addition, they were facing a direct confrontation with the enemy, and the Sparta soldiers, who were known for their bravery and strength, were afraid. First, the soldiers of Helos began to flee, followed by the Pariasis, and finally the real Sparta soldiers threw away their spears and shields, turned around and fled. The Sparta phalanx on the right was defeated, and the soldiers desperately fled back to the camp on the hill. At this time, the middle and left wing had already made contact with the enemy, and they even had the upper hand in the battle. However, the Sparta army had always been the core of the Sparta army. Now that the Sparta army was defeated, the allied army had no mood to fight anymore, so they hurriedly retreated. Although the Thebes army had defeated the Sparta army, the soldiers were exhausted. Moreover, the allied army of Sparta was almost unharmed, and they still outnumbered the Thebes. Therefore, Epaminondas did not dare to continue attacking the camp of Sparta's allied army, so he also retreated. The Battle of Leuctra had ended. In this battle, there were about 1,000 Lycidic dream warriors, including 400 Sparta warriors. The Thebes Holy Squad also suffered 200 casualties, which accounted for 2/3 of their total strength. Although there were not many casualties in the battle, this battle was actually a competition between the strength of the two city-states, the Thebes and Sparta, and the Thebes won. Even many of the Thebes who personally participated in the battle could not believe that they had won. After returning to the camp, they cheered to their heart's content, and under the leadership of Pelopidas, they forcibly carried Epaminondas around the camp to express their joy and gratitude. The camp of Sparta's allied army was shrouded in the shadow of defeat. Although they still outnumbered the Thebes, the king of Sparta had died in battle, and the army was leaderless. Although some of the Sparta people were unwilling, they had to follow tradition and send messengers to the camp of Thebes to ask for a temporary truce so that they could bury the dead. This was, in fact, an admission of defeat. After burying the dead, both sides sent messengers at the same time. The messengers of Sparta's allied army had to rush back to Sparta as soon as possible to report the news of their defeat to the Council of Elders. They also had to ask them to appoint a new commander and send reinforcements so that they could be rescued from the territory of Piotia. Although the dead king Cleombrotus had left them a safe place to retreat, Port Cleosis, the demoralized army was afraid of being attacked by the Thebes, so they did not dare to retreat alone and remained in the camp on the hill. The Thebes sent 3 messengers, one to Athens, one to Thessaly, and one to Dionia. The first messenger to arrive was Athens, because it was the closest to the Thebes. When the messenger wearing a flower crown announced to the Council of Athens, "The army of Thebes has defeated the army of Sparta and killed the king of Sparta, Cleombrotus," this shocking news caused the whole hall to fall silent. For the elites of Athens, the victory of the Thebes made them even more afraid of the Thebes. Callistratus did not expect the Thebes to be able to defeat Sparta, so he and Iphicrates asked the messengers in detail. Although the messengers' answers were brief, they still felt that although the Thebes had won, the results were not great. According to the character of the Sparta, they would definitely retaliate crazily, and the intensity of the war would increase. Although this made Callistratus secretly happy, he was also worried that Athens would be dragged back into the quagmire of war. The second place that the Thebes messengers reached was Philai. After all, the port in the north of Piotia could reach Philai directly by boat, and the distance was not too far. When Iason heard the news, he was overjoyed. He immediately gathered the cavalry and infantry and announced that he was going to help his ally, the Thebes. 2 days later, he brought 8,000 infantries and 2,000 cavalrymen to the south and headed straight for the Hot Spring Gate. Originally, he thought that there would be a fierce battle at Hot Spring Gate. Who knew that when the Sparta allied army, led by Cleombrotus, attacked the Piotia region, they called for the garrisons in central Greece to gather together. The Sparta garrisons at Hot Spring Gate sent out most of the garrisons. After learning that the battle had failed, the soldiers who stayed behind felt that they were alone and in a dangerous situation, so they took the initiative to retreat. Iason easily occupied this very important strategic point and left 500 soldiers to guard it. Then he led the cavalry guards, and without waiting for the main army to advance, he quickly passed through the territory of the Phocians. Chapter 1140. When Iason arrived at the Leuctra highlands, the battle had ended 7 days ago. The messenger of the Sparta coalition army also arrived in Sparta. The news of the defeat shocked the Sparta people. For years, Sparta had been at war with other countries. The real Sparta warriors had dropped from more than 3,000 at their peak to less than 2,000. Most of them relied on the armies of Pariaci, Helios, and their allies to fight. Now that 400 Sparta warriors had died in battle, including a Sparta king, it was undoubtedly a huge loss for Sparta. Not only were the people grieving, but according to tradition, a grand funeral had to be held for Cleombrotus. However, the situation was critical now. The Sparta coalition army, trapped in Piotia, was still in urgent need of rescue. The Council of Elders and Censors, led by Agesilaus, had to plead with the people to temporarily suppress the grief in their hearts. They urgently mobilized the young men in the country, including Pariaci and some Helios, to form an army under the command of Agesilaus' son, Archdames, because Agesilaus was unwell and unable to lead the army. The neighboring allies had also provided support. Persia's messenger, Datis, who stayed in Sparta, was also shocked. He did not expect the Sparta army to suffer a defeat. This made him wonder if Persia's support for Sparta was a mistake. However, now that the Thebes had formed an alliance with Dionia, Persia could not change to another Greek city-state in a short period of time. Therefore, he rushed to the council of elders to question them. Many of the elders were angry, but Agesilaus swallowed his anger and promised him, "This is just an accidental defeat. The Sparta army is still strong. Soon, they will defeat the Thebes again and restore Greek hegemony." Datis did not comment on the answer, but proposed to them, "Not only is Persia willing to provide money and materials to support Sparta, but it is also willing to send troops to support." Agesilaus quickly expressed his gratitude, but tactfully rejected the request of Persia to send reinforcements. Sparta urgently needed money and materials because it could be used to hire mercenaries, expand the size of the army, and continue to fight against the Thebes. However, since the Greco-Persian War, no Persia army had set foot on the mainland of Greece for decades. If Sparta dared to invite Persia's army, it would undoubtedly cause the anger of the Greek city-states and become the target of public criticism. Even its former allies would betray it. Archidamus quickly led the army north, then boarded a ship through Corinth and landed in Port Clysis. However, the speed of Sparta's reinforcements was still a little slow. While they were still on the way north, all of Thessaly's reinforcements had already arrived in Leuctra. The strength of the Piotia coalition army had greatly increased, and it had already surpassed the strength of the Sparta coalition army. Therefore, Epaminondas proposed, "Take this opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the camp of the Sparta coalition army and completely destroy the Sparta coalition army in Piotia." At this time, Iason was not as excited as when he first heard the news of victory. This was because his most important minister, Acidamus, had also rushed to Leuctra. After analyzing the current situation in Greece with him in private, Iason realized that the failure of the battle in Leuctra had caused a big enough blow to Sparta's prestige. It had indeed weakened Sparta's obstruction to Thessaly's domination of Greece, but at the same time, it also showed him the potential of the Thebes. At this time, if he went all out to help the Thebes completely destroy the Sparta army, the strength of Sparta would be severely weakened, and the real benefit would undoubtedly be the Thebes. They would quickly take over the inheritance of Sparta in central Greece, and their strength would be rapidly improved. Instead, they would become the biggest opponent of Thessaly's domination of Greece. After thinking about this, Iason did not agree to Epaminondas' request. Instead, he advised, "It was not easy for the Piotia coalition army to win the battle. There is no need to take further risks. After all, attacking the camp is much more difficult than fighting in the wild. In a situation where the Sparta coalition army's reinforcements will arrive at any time, if they fail to attack for a long time, it will put the coalition army in a dangerous situation. It is better to take advantage of the current situation and force the Sparta coalition army to sign a truce agreement so that the armies of both sides can safely withdraw." It sounded like what Iason said was reasonable, but deep down, Epaminondas and Pelopidas still hoped to pursue the victory, so the two sides continued to argue for a while. Seeing that Iason's attitude remained firm and unwilling to fight, Epaminondas realized that without the help of Thessaly's reinforcements, the Piotia coalition army would inevitably have to pay a huge price to conquer the Sparta camp. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally agreed to Iason's suggestion. Therefore, Iason acted as the mediator between the two sides and arranged a peace negotiation between the two sides. No one knew when the reinforcements from the rear would arrive, and after the Thebes coalition army received Thessaly's reinforcements, they were obviously strong. Therefore, the low morale of the Sparta coalition army quickly signed a truce agreement with the Piotia coalition army. On the same night, the Sparta coalition army quietly retreated. Being able to successfully mediate the war between the former overlord of Greece, Sparta, and the rising power of central Greece, the Thebes coalition army, made Iason famous. The power of the Thessaly coalition army also appeared on the political stage of the core area of Greece for the first time, attracting the attention of many Greek city-states. On the way back to Thessaly with his army, Iason did something that shocked the southern Greeks. He led his army to attack Heraclea, not the city of Heraclea of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, which was not far from the west of Hot Spring Gate. The city had always been under the control of Sparta, and it was a strong guarantee for the defense of Hot Spring Gate. After all, the terrain of Hot Spring Gate was too narrow for too many soldiers to be stationed for a long time. Not only did Iazon easily take down the city, but he also completely destroyed it. In today's war-torn Greece, it was relatively common for a city-state to be captured or even destroyed. However, what Iazon did was not simple. In the eyes of the Greek people, this was a rude act of the northern barbarians who wanted to step into the core area of Greece. After hearing the news, the commander of the Thebes, Epaminondas, and Pelopidas, who had just returned to the city and were welcomed by the people on both sides of the street, frowned. Previously, when Iazon persuaded them to make a truce with the Sparta, they had felt uneasy. Now they were even more certain of the ambition of Thessaly Tarchus. Sparta has not been completely defeated yet, but our former ally has become our new enemy. The people of Phocis were even more anxious than the Thebes, because the Thessaly had destroyed Heraclea and occupied Hot Spring Pass. If they led their army south, the first place to be hit would be the Phocis region, followed by the Boeotia region. Therefore, the priests of Delphi were very anxious. Finally, they became proactive and prepared to invite the Greek city-states to hold a meeting of the Holy Alliance to discuss how to deal with the threat of the Thessaly in northern Greece. It would be best if the war between Sparta and the Thebes could be resolved, so that both sides could maintain a longer peace. The premonition of the Delphi priests was not wrong. Iazon had indeed formulated a plan to conquer the Phocis region in his mind. As the Pythian Games would be held in Delphi next year, he had already planned to show off his great power in front of the Greek citizens of the other city-states. Therefore, he decided to issue an order when he returned to Philai, asking the city-states of the Thessaly to prepare cattle and sheep for the upcoming Delphi festival. He also promised to award a golden crown to the strongest bull. At the same time, he also asked the city-states to mobilize their military forces and form a large army. He would lead the army to Delphi to host the celebration. Iazon had made up his mind to use force to strip the authority of the Holy Alliance's committee and force himself to become the chairman of the Pythian Games. In the history of his previous life, he had made preparations according to this plan without hiding anything. This caused the people of Delphi to panic. Even rumors about him planning to rob the sacred vault of the Delphi temple spread like wildfire. This caused the most devout believers of Apollo to be furious. Therefore, one day a few months later, after Iazon had finished inspecting the army, he sat down to listen to the petition of his subjects. 7 young men, whose faces were flushed with anger from arguing, came forward and pretended to report the dispute to him for resolution. When they came close, they suddenly exploded and killed Iazon on his seat. This assassination had completely changed the course of history. Iazon had died before he could fulfill his ambitions. Thessaly, which had been forcefully unified by him, was quickly divided. In the end, it had benefited the Thebans, and later, it had also benefited the Macedonians. However, in this life, just as Iazon's plan started to be implemented, it had to be temporarily stopped. This was because a major event had happened in the south of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. As the port of Clusis, which was originally controlled by the Thebes, had been occupied by the Sparta, the Thebes had no port in the Corinth Bay. Therefore, the messengers sent to Ionia had to rush to the bay north of the Boeotia region to take a ship. As a result, passenger ships had to take a big detour to reach Ionia, and they had to be careful to avoid the patrols of the Sparta fleet. Therefore, when the Thebes and Sparta armies reached a truce, the messengers still could not reach Thurii. However, Ionia had been paying close attention to this war for a long time. The intelligence department had sent spies to hide in the merchant ships that traded with the Greek city-states. Therefore, as soon as the Battle of Leuctra ended, the merchant ships of Ionia that were docked in the port of Corinth quickly left the port and sailed westward. The patrolling warships of Sparta did not dare to stop them. Therefore, When Iazon received the news of the battle, the report of the battle had already been sent to the palace of Turai. Therefore, the Devers summoned the assistant ministers, the main ministers, and the important military generals to hold an important meeting in the palace. Chapter 1141. The Devers asked Henoboris to make copies of the battle report and distribute it to the ministers. He then said, "Everyone, as we expected, not long after the signing of the Treaty of Callias, the war between Sparta and the Thebes broke out again. However, this time, the Sparta army was defeated by the Thebes. As an ally of the Thebes, what measures should we take in the upcoming war? What do you think of this?" While most of the people were still reading the battle report in detail and deep in thought, the commander of the 2nd Legion, Martones, was already praising loudly with admiration. "Your Majesty, your previous judgment is very correct. The Thebes really defeated the Sparta, who had been running rampant in Greece for many years." After the war began, the Devers held a military conference to analyze the war. Almost all the senior generals were not optimistic about the Thebes, but the Devers predicted that the Thebes had a high chance of winning. Even though the generals respected the Devers, they were skeptical about this judgment. But they did not expect the final result to be as the king of the Devers had predicted. "Your Majesty," Chief of Staff Printos immediately said, "the Thebes commander, Epaminondas, whom you have your eyes on, has indeed performed amazingly in this battle. His ingenious design against the traditional formation of the Sparta has played a huge role. As a result, the Sparta army, which was not weak and had more people, was defeated before they could display their full strength. It seems that the Thebes have been able to resist the attacks of the Sparta all these years, not only because of the bravery of their citizens, but also because of the outstanding commanding ability of their generals. The Thebes, who have been reborn in the disaster, are in line with Ansetanos' view. Their higher-ups are relatively united, with a capable and courageous Pelopidas at the helm, and the army is under the cool-headed and talented commander Epaminondas. The two sides work closely together, and the citizens are full of vitality and are willing to contribute to the revitalization of the Thebes. I am not surprised that they were able to defeat Sparta. I also believe that with the current momentum of the Thebes, they will have another shocking performance in the future. Am I right? Ansetanos, Your Majesty." Although the successor of the foreign minister Ansetanos had been confirmed, the decree had not been issued yet, so he still appeared at this important meeting. At this moment he bowed slightly to the Devers and said with some emotion, "It is shameful to say that a few years ago someone predicted that the Thebes would rise. At that time I did not pay much attention, but I did not expect him to be right. It is really amazing." Oh, the Devers were surprised and asked curiously, "Who made such an accurate judgment?" "Your Majesty, it is your son Apotheosis." Ansetanos then repeated what Apotheosis said in the Dionia Academy and emphasized there were many students who attended this class at that time, and they can all prove that what I said is true. There were sounds of admiration in the meeting hall of the palace. Everyone praised Apox for his intelligence and wisdom. He was able to make such an amazing judgment at such a young age. No wonder he was His Majesty's son and was favored by Hades. The Devers had a smile on his face and looked very happy. He listened carefully to the praise of his ministers. After a while, he emphasized again, "Well, everyone, let's get back to the topic. What do you think will happen to the situation in Greece after this war? What measures should we take to deal with it? Everyone, please share your opinions." "Your Majesty." The head of the ministers, Lucius, stood up shakily with the support of his crutch. The Devers hurriedly said, "Lord Lucius, sit down and talk. Sit down and talk." Lucius did not force himself. He sat down again and said slowly, "Although we, Dionia, have formed an alliance with the Thebes, the situation in Greece has always been complicated. It is better for us not to get involved easily and be dragged down by it. Now, fortunately, the Thebes have defeated Sparta. We can take advantage of this great opportunity. With the good relationship between Dionia the Thebes and Sparta, we can act as the mediator of the war and urge the two sides to reach an armistice agreement. I think this will help our ally, the Thebes, and increase our influence in Greece. We will not be dragged into this war. This is a good thing that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. I think your majesty should seriously consider it. At the beginning, Lucius did not agree with the alliance between Dionia and the Thebes. However, the Devers insisted and finally reached an alliance agreement. Now he advised again. As soon as his voice fell, another assistant minister, Antares, immediately retorted, "Lord Lucius, I don't agree with your suggestion. Why should we, Dionia, form an alliance with the Thebes? Not because we want to take revenge on Sparta for tearing up the peace agreement, but because of the need for the development of the kingdom. Today, the situation in Africana and Iberia is stable. Mountain Gaul has been conquered. Although the Ligurians occasionally riot, they are no longer a threat. In addition, the other forces in the Western Mediterranean have basically attached themselves to our country. After a few years of recuperation, the kingdom has not only walked out of the predicament after the war in the Western Mediterranean. Agriculture, commerce, handicrafts, all aspects have made great progress. The people are rich and stable. They are all eager to advance eastward and set foot on the ancestral land to win more glory and wealth. War, war. Lucius slapped the back of the chair hard and said in a hoarse, trembling voice, "Constantly waging war is not very good for the kingdom. It will destroy the stability of the kingdom and make the people greedy and belligerent. This is not good for our governance. Although the previous wars have been won, you have seen the damage caused to the kingdom. This will take a long time to recover, and victory will not always belong to us. In case we encounter defeat in the future war, the consequences will be unimaginable. So we still have to be safe." When he finished this last sentence, he looked at the Devers. The Devers looked calm and did not respond. Another assistant minister, Cypros, said, "Lord Lucius, the alliance with the Thebes is not only a need for the development of the kingdom, but also an important decision made by His Majesty based on the security of the kingdom. We all know that Persia has shown hostility to Dionia. It fully supports the restoration of peace in Greece and is trying to unify the forces of the whole of Greece through Sparta to fight against us. We are separated from the mainland of Greece by the narrow Adriatic Sea. Once Persia's conspiracy is realized, the east coast of Greece will become very unsafe. So His Majesty took the initiative to attack and ally with the Thebes to destroy Persia's conspiracy. Now that Thebes has unexpectedly defeated the Spartan army, we should seize this opportunity and decisively send troops to Greece under the pretext of supporting our ally. We will completely defeat Sparta and shatter Persia's conspiracy. In turn, we will turn the Greek city-states into our allies and become the eastern barrier of our kingdom. We might even take a step further and use them as our forward base to threaten Persia." "Well said, Lord Cypros." Matones, Olivers, and the other commanders praised in unison. This made Lucius a little embarrassed, and even Antares felt a little uncomfortable. The Devers coughed twice, and the meeting hall immediately returned to silence. Soon, Hacker's distinctive sharp and slow voice sounded in the hall. "I agree that we should use this opportunity to ally with the Thebes to enter Greece and destroy Persia's conspiracy. However, I am worried that although the Thebes have won a battle, they are still at a disadvantage in the war. Is it possible that they will use this victory to reach a truce with the Sparta?" Hacker's words caused everyone to ponder. If the Thebes have really reached a truce with Sparta, it is not a good thing for us, because as an ally of the Thebes, we have no legitimate reason to send troops to Greece. Antares was the first to speak up. "We, the Dionia, have no influence in Greece, and even because we worship Hades, the Delphi temple views us as heretics. They have long slandered the reputation of the holy kingdom of Dionia in Greece, and the ordinary Greek people do not have a good impression of us. If we hastily send troops to Greece without a legitimate reason and without the support of an ally, I am afraid that it will cause strong resentment among the Greek people, and it will be extremely disadvantageous for us to control the situation there. What is there to worry about? As long as we are strong enough, we can completely conquer Sparta, and the other city-states will naturally show respect to Dionia. Metones said loudly. In fact, other than the Thebes, we have another legitimate reason to send troops to Greece, and it will also gain the support of some of the Greek people. Your Majesty, do you still remember the promise you made to the Tyndaris after the war with Syracuse many years ago? He bowed to Dives and said, Your Majesty, do you still remember the promise you made to the people of Tyndaris many years ago? The Devers suddenly understood. He recalled the scene at that time and said in a low voice, If you did not mention it, I would have forgotten. I once promised them that one day in the future, they will be able to return to their homeland, rebuild their home, and worship their ancient hero again. Some of the ministers in the hall understood this, but some were confused. Hacker could not help but ask, Your Majesty, where is the homeland of the Tyndaris? Most of the Tyndaris came from Messenia in Peloponnesus. That land was forcibly occupied by Sparta 100 years ago, and the people who originally lived there were all turned into slaves by them. However, the Messenians were dissatisfied with the cruel rule of the Sparta, and the resistance against them never stopped. Through a great uprising, the ancestors of the Tyndaris finally forced the Sparta to expel them from Peloponnesus. The Devers briefly described the history of the Tyndaris. Chapter 1142. Sidorum continued, I heard that many Greek city-states sympathized with the fall of Messenia and took in many Messenians who escaped from Sparta. If our army can enter Peloponnesus under the banner of helping the Messenians regain their independence, I think the Greek people won't be so disgusted with us. Moreover, if we really rebuild Messenia and let the Heloths regain their freedom, not only will we severely weaken Sparta's power, but the rebuilt Messenia will also be on our side and become the most supportive force in Greece. Devers nodded slightly. Clearly, Sidorum's proposal was to his liking. He immediately turned to Alexis and asked, What does the Ministry of Military Affairs think about this? Alexis answered almost without hesitation, Your Majesty, from a military point of view, attacking Messenia is a very good strategic choice. If our army goes through Corinth Bay and lands in central Greece or north of Peloponnesus, it will be safer to fight with the Thebes. However, it also means that most of our gains will be taken by the Thebes. This will also raise the vigilance of the nearby neutral city-states, such as Athens and Corinth. However, if we were to open up a battlefield alone, the Peloponnesus Peninsula is mostly filled with mountains, making it difficult for an army to land and march. Messenia is undoubtedly the best target. Its southern coast is flat, making it suitable for an army to land. It is also very close to Sparta, but there are mountains in between. The reinforcements from Sparta will not be able to arrive quickly, giving the army enough time to completely occupy Messenia. Moreover, if we attack by land, we only need to pass through the Arcadians' territory to directly attack Sparta. If we attack by sea, it will be even closer. Sparta's southern coast is flat, making it suitable for landing. This way, we can avoid the possibility of direct conflict with the other powerful Greek states. Although Alexis was the chief military officer, he would seriously consider the political factors when making military plans. This was what Devers admired the most. Very good. The Ministry of Military Affairs will make a plan to attack Messenia as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Alexis immediately replied, Your Majesty. Printos raised the battle report in his hand and said, I noticed that there are many Thessaly cavalrymen in the Piotia coalition army. According to the latest intelligence from Greece, the Thessaly region in the north of Greece has basically been unified by Iazon, the tyrant of Philai. If these cavalrymen were not hired by the Thebes, they could only be dispatched by Iazon. This means that Thessaly may have secretly formed an alliance with the Thebes. I'm afraid this will attract our attention. Thessaly. Devers rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. At this time Artoni smiled and said, It's good that Thessaly has formed an alliance with the Thebes. This means that before we attack Greece, we don't have to worry too much about the Thebes because of Sparta's crazy revenge. We can also consider forming an alliance with the Thessaly when the time is right. Martones showed that he liked the Thessaly people. This was not surprising. After working together for so many years, they all knew that Martones came from Thessaly, Olivers came from Thessaly, and Helos came from Thessaly. Now, in the Dionysian army, some of the former mercenary generals came from Thessaly. Even their king and Devers used to be from Thessaly. Therefore, they wisely did not refute Martones' words. However, what they did not know was that Devers had no feelings for Thessaly at all. Instead, it was Printo's words that aroused his vigilance. Thessaly was located in northern Greece. In the eyes of Athens, Corinth, Sparta, and other traditional powerful states, it was a barbarian land. There had always been conflicts in the Thessaly region, and it had never affected the political situation in Greece. After 20 years of development, although the Dione Intelligence Department's funds and manpower had been increasing, there were also more and more areas that needed to be investigated and monitored. Therefore, they did not put much effort into such a remote area. They only relied on Dionea's merchant ships that occasionally traded with Phalae to obtain some information. In the past few years, even though the tyrant of Phalae, Iazon, had conquered several neighboring city-states, it did not attract the attention of the intelligence department. After all, there were many tyrants in the Mediterranean city-states. It was not uncommon for some of them to have some achievements, but they were usually short-lived. It was not until the news that Phalae quickly united Thessaly and Iazon to become Tarchus spread to Thurii that it attracted the attention of Aristides. Although in the following years, Iazon had stopped any wars and seemed to be satisfied with just becoming Thessaly's Tarchus, the Devers were even more vigilant. This caused the Devers to be even more vigilant. This was because Iazon had spent the past few years mainly integrating the city-states of Thessaly, promoting the trade within the region, stepping up the training of the public militia, and even building a navy. These actions of Iazon were somewhat similar to the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius. Due to the geographical environment that Thessaly was located in, its infantry and cavalry were stronger. Could it be that the tyrant of Thessaly finally could not bear the loneliness and wanted to intervene in the affairs of southern Greece? The Devers were vigilant and immediately said, "The tyrant of Thessaly Phalae is very ambitious. This time, if he has really secretly formed an alliance with the Thebes, I'm afraid he wants to use this war to seize the hegemony of Greece. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Ansatanos, send a messenger to ask the Thebes if they are also forming an alliance with Thessaly. It would be best to find out the true attitude of the Thebes towards Thessaly. This will determine the measures we have to take when there is a conflict with Thessaly in the future." "Yes, your majesty," Ansatanos responded. How could this be? Martones was stunned. Printos, who had a little understanding of the situation, came up to him and whispered to him. The Devers did not pay much attention to it and continued, "The Sparta army was defeated and Persia will not let it go. Now that Thessaly may be involved, since we have decided to intervene in the affairs of Greece, we have to take advantage of the time when the Sparta army is defeated and the other forces have not yet fully involved, and implement our plan as soon as possible. Alexis, Printos, the two of you make a judgment now. How many soldiers do we need to take over Messenia and then attack Sparta?" Alexis and Printos looked at each other, then called the military training chief Hieronymus, the military supply chief Altons, the military chief Martones, Olivers, and other generals to form a circle in the corner of the hall. After a quiet discussion, Alexis walked up to the Devers and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, according to the current situation of Sparta and the geographical conditions of the Peloponnesus region, after our discussion, we think that we only need to send 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers to complete the expedition. If we send too many soldiers, it will be difficult to spread out on the mountainous Peloponnesus Peninsula. 20,000 to 30,000 people." The Devers turned around and asked, "How long can the existing food reserves in the country support them?" The Minister of Agriculture, Buckos, stretched out his hands and carefully calculated, then stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the country has been having a good harvest for the past few years. Although there have been some battles in the Iberian and Wave River plains, they are basically local battles, and the consumption of food is not much. According to this year's survey, the food reserves in the various regions are basically full, and should be able to support an army of 30,000 soldiers to fight in Greece for more than a year." More than a year. What about weapons and equipment? The military supply chief, Altons, immediately stood up and answered, "Your Majesty, there are arrows, javelins, tents, blankets, carts, and other military supplies in the various military camps in the various regions. It is more than enough to supply 30,000 soldiers." After hearing this, the Devers revealed a somewhat satisfied smile. He thought for a moment, then glanced at the Minister of State Assistance, Hegemon, and said, "Considering that this is the first time we, the Daionia, are sending troops to fight in Greece in order to reduce the resentment of the citizens of the neutral city-states towards us, it is best to send as many soldiers with Greek blood as possible. The last time we went to Gaul, we sent the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 9th, 10th, and 11th legions, so this time, considering that we will be fighting with the people of Sparta, in order to be more secure, let's send the 1st, 4th, and 6th legions." "Understood, Your Majesty." Alexis asked again, "What about the cavalry?" "There's no need to consider whether the cavalry and auxiliary troops have Greek blood. Don't the armies of the Greek city-states often hire foreigners to fight, such as Thrace? So you can decide for yourselves." "Yes." The Devers then looked at the Minister of Household Registration, Raphael, and asked, "Are the citizens of Daionia of Messenian descent still concentrated in Tyndaris?" The city-state had already responded to the strong demands of the citizens and joined the kingdom of Daionia a few years ago. Raphael, who had been quietly in charge of the kingdom's citizens' household registration for decades, had the distribution and migration of the kingdom's population firmly imprinted in his mind. He did not need to recall it all to immediately answer, "Your Majesty, it is like this. Nearly half of the population is still in Tyndaris, and the other half has gone to Himera after the Western Mediterranean War, in order to strengthen its rule over the north coast of Sicily. The kingdom of Auria rebuilt the city of Himera in the middle of the north coast. The terrain there is relatively flat, and there is a relatively large river flowing through it, suitable for grazing and farming, so it attracted many residents from other towns and cities on the north coast." Chapter 1143. Then inform the governors of these two towns to arrange for the citizens of the Messenian kingdom to come to Tali as soon as possible and discuss how to rebuild Messenia together in the palace. Lord Lysias, you are in charge of this. Although Lysias was against Daionia's involvement in the war in Greece, he did not dare to disobey the Devers' orders. He reluctantly replied, "Yes." The Devers looked at him, then turned to another person who had remained silent until now. "Prosus, you are the kingdom's ever-victorious general and born in Agos. You should be more familiar with Sparta. Do you have any suggestions for the kingdom's next military operation?" Leotychides was a little surprised. Then his expression became indifferent. He said, "Your Majesty, I have no objections." In the Devers' impression, although Prosus was a man of few words, when it came to military matters, he would become talkative and insightful. Today was a little unusual. The Devers looked at him again and said, "After the meeting, you have to discuss it with the Ministry of Military Affairs. This time, you will be the commander of the army in Greece." Alexis and the other generals were not surprised to hear this appointment, since His Majesty the Devers had designated the 1st Legion to go to Greece. Then Prosus, as the head of the 1st Legion, was definitely the best candidate to be the commander. In the current Dionysian army, Alexis was the only one who could surpass Prosus in terms of military achievements, qualifications, and ability to command multiple legions. However, as the Minister of Military Affairs, it was usually impossible for him to personally participate in the battle. As for Amyntas, Not to mention that he was now retired, the Turin people had a lot of complaints about him for the past few years. This was because the First Legion he led had suffered too many casualties during the war in the Western Mediterranean. As for the rising stars in the army, such as Patroclus, Sextus, and the others, they all had important responsibilities. Moreover, the First Legion was also in the army, so it was impossible for them to be the commander. The ministers present all felt that this appointment was a matter of course, but Leotychides hesitated for a moment before replying. Yes. The Devers looked at him again and stood up. His deep eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces. With a serious expression, he said, "Everyone, since we've made it clear that we're going to Greece, regardless of whether you have any objections or not, and regardless of how the war in Greece will develop, you must gather all of your strength and work together to prepare for this significant expedition." "Yes, Your Majesty." After all the ministers had left, Diphos summoned Aristyres, the head of the intelligence department. After Diphos took advantage of that great dispute to reform the Senate and completely stripped the power to make decisions from the Senate, he soon established a new intelligence department of the kingdom. Aristyres, who used to work for him in secret, was now working openly. His highest position was the head of the intelligence department, which was the highest among the middle-level officials. He did not become a high-ranking official. This was also a small compromise that Diphos made with the other ministers. "Did anything happen to Prososus recently?" the Devers asked in a seemingly casual manner. Aristyres thought for a moment and replied, "Lord Prososus is the same as before. His life is regular and monotonous. There's nothing unusual. His family is also very peaceful." The Devers tapped on the table with his fingers. Recalling the scene of the meeting just now, Prososus was obviously a little absent-minded. It was the first time the Devers had seen this kind of situation from the ever-victorious general. Send a few more people to observe him more carefully in the coming days. It's best if they can find out about his diet, sleep, and so on. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll arrange it right away. Aristyres immediately responded. We're going to Greece soon. We can't afford any mistakes. The Devers muttered to himself. He then looked up at Aristyres and asked, Is there any report on the situation of the army at the border? Yes. Aristyres was already prepared. He immediately took out 2 papyrus rolls from his pocket. One of them was obviously much thicker. The Devers took the thick papyrus roll first. He did not open it immediately. Instead, he asked, Is this from the Pariva region? After the conquest of Mountain Gaul, the kingdom of Dionia established the middle reaches of the Pariva region here? Yes. The Devers opened it with great interest. It was written in the same style as before. Not only did it record the daily actions of Hasdrubal and the main officers of the border army, the movements of the army and the movements of the army, but it also recorded the consumption and changes of food supplies. There was even a detailed description of the local customs of the Ligurian region that the army passed through. In addition, there were also some opinions on defending and counterattacking the Ligurian tribes, as well as some suggestions on how to better deal with the Ligurians and further assimilate them. From the standpoint of surveillance and providing information, the recorder was obviously unqualified. However, the information he submitted was of great value to the Devers. That was why the Devers stopped Aristyres from trying to force him to change his ways. I remember that the person who provided this information is called Maximus. He's from Rome, and he used to be the city magistrate of Rome. The Devers carefully rolled up the papyrus roll. He became an official citizen of Dionia last year, right? What's his current position in the border army of the Pariva? Your Majesty, it was with your special permission that he became an official citizen last year. He's now the logistics officer of the border army, and he's deeply trusted by Hasdrubal. Logistics officer. That's quite a high position in the army. The Devers looked down at the papyrus roll and muttered, It's a waste of talent for a person like this to be just an ordinary member of the intelligence department. I think we should find someone to replace him after the Ligurian rebellion is quelled. I have other plans for him. Your Majesty, Aristyras quickly bowed. The intelligence department is newly established, and we're in desperate need of someone like Maximus who has profound knowledge and can organize things. If that's the case, the Devers pondered for a moment before saying, then transfer him back as soon as possible. He'll help you reorganize, plan, and manage the intelligence department properly. After all, the intelligence department is now the official administrative department of the kingdom, and we need to maintain a proper image. I don't want the Ministry of Supervision to complain about you all every day. Understood, Your Majesty. Aristyras bowed again, his back breaking out in cold sweat. After Aristyras left, Henoboris walked into the meeting hall and saw the Devers with his hands behind his back, staring at the map of the Mediterranean Sea on the wall. Your Majesty, I'm here, he said softly. The Devers did not turn around and said slowly, Herne, how many years has it been since Croto left Turris? Henoboris's heart skipped a beat. I remember it was in the 14th year of the kingdom, Your Majesty. You led the army north to attack Rome, and His Highness Croto followed. He's been staying in Rome ever since, and it's been 13 years now. It's been a long time since he left Turris. Yes, it's been a long time. The Devers sighed softly, turned around, and said meaningfully, although he's done a good job in Rome, and has been the governor of Rome for almost 3 years, he's been away from Turris for too long. It's easy for people to forget him. Henoboris's eyelids twitched. He couldn't help but recall what Ansatanos had said here. He immediately stood, solemnly, and remained silent. Right? The Devers said. Yes. Henoboris immediately sat down in front of the wooden table and quickly picked up a pen and paper. Give orders to the assistant ministers. Tell them that Crotocatax has been away from Taurus for many years, and Princess Christoia has fallen ill from longing for him. Therefore, she has allowed him to retire in advance and return to Turris to serve her mother. The successor of the governor of Rome will be discussed and decided by them. As soon as the Devers finished dictating, Henoboris had finished writing and was about to hand the order to the Devers. However, the Devers said, give them another order. Tell them that I've approved Ansatanos' resignation as the foreign minister. The successor will be Topyrus. I hope they can complete the handover as soon as possible to avoid affecting the next military operation against Sparta. Henoboris's hand that was holding the pen trembled slightly. After a moment, he replied softly, Your Majesty, it's done. When Leotychides came out of the Ministry of Military Affairs and embarked on his way home, it was already dusk. In the beginning, Leotychides' home was in the port area of Turris. Later, when he became a soldier of the legion and became a citizen of Dionia, most of the land he received was concentrated in Cremissa, so he built a house there. However, he rarely lived there because he was already the commander of the 8th Legion at that time and stayed in the military camp of Catania all year round. Later, when he entered the Senate and with his brilliant military exploits, the kingdom granted him a residential area in the eastern outer city of Turris, not far from the Temple of Hera. Since then, his family had lived there. Most of the senators who lived in the inner city because they were close to the great assembly hall and the victory square walked home. Most of the senators who lived in the outer city, because the distance was longer, and in order to avoid being disturbed by passers-by, went home in palanquins. Only a few of them chose to ride horses, which were reported to and approved by the city guard. Leotychides was one of them, and he was accompanied by 4 attendants on horseback to keep him safe. Chapter 1144. In the early years of the kingdom, the senators went to the Senate and various departments to attend meetings and deal with political affairs every day, often bringing only 1 or 2 servants. Later, there were several incidents of pedestrians harassing the senators, forcing the senators to bring guards with them every day to avoid accidents. According to the law, slaves were not allowed to carry weapons, and freedmen who carried weapons on the streets in Turin would be strictly checked and interrogated by the inspection team. only citizens were relatively lenient. So a special industry was born in Turin, the senator's guard. In fact, some wealthy merchants and officials also hired guards. To establish a guard company, not only did one have to obtain a business permit from the commercial department, but they also had to obtain the approval of the Tilly Inspection Office. Furthermore, it had to be supervised by the Tilly military camp. As the majority of the guards were soldiers from the Legion or the reserve forces, it had to be well coordinated with the military training in the military camp. Therefore, it was often funded by retired team officers from the Legion, and at the same time it also solved the livelihood problems of some injured retired soldiers, so it was also supported by the military department. When Leotychides passed through the east gate of the inner city, the city guards respectfully saluted the famous military commander of the kingdom. Leotychides' mansion was located on the side of a relatively lively street. It was a typical double-story house in the shape of a Japanese that was most often built by the rich in Dionia. There were several shops on the street side of the mansion that were rented out to vendors. A servant stood at the main entrance with a big yellow dog on a leash, staring at the door like a tiger watching its prey. Passers-by did not dare to linger for long. But when Leotychides arrived at the door, the fierce-looking dog wagged its tail and pounced on him excitedly, licking and rubbing against him. Leotychides patted the dog's head hard, and the big dog immediately quieted down. Then Leotychides strode into the mansion. The mansion looked decent from the outside, but it was simple and crude from the inside. The surrounding corridors were not covered with mosaic flooring, and there was no pond or statue in the center of the front courtyard. There was also no garden in the backyard, and there was no kiosk in the middle for chatting and drinking. Instead, the front and back courtyards were completely connected, forming a large muddy playground in the middle. On one side of the field, his youngest son, who was 7 years old, was practicing riding. On the other side, his oldest son, who was 17 years old, was practicing fighting skills with a servant with a sword and shield. Leotychides originally had 3 children, but his second daughter died a few years after she was born. His wife sat on the veranda beside the sports field and watched. 2 dogs lay at her feet. The dogs, who were originally sleepy, suddenly stood up and ran toward the door. Hearing their excited cries, the wife realized that her husband had returned home. She immediately greeted him. "Why are you back so late today?" The Ministry of Military Affairs has important matters to discuss. As Leotychides spoke, he tore off Bolton's coat and shouted towards the field, "Tiltotus, I'll practice with you!" "All right." The eldest son, Tiltotus, stopped attacking and replied loudly, "Father, I won't admit defeat so easily this time." Leotychides strode into the field, took the wooden shield and sword from the slaves, got into position, and said in a deep voice, "Come on." Seeing the father and son fighting on the field, Regina revealed a puzzled expression. Having lived with Leotychides for so many years, she could feel that her husband was a little excited. This was too rare, and she could not help but feel puzzled. What happened? At this moment, the youngest son, Pagondas, dismounted and quickly ran to the side of the field. He picked up a jug of water and gulped it down. Regina hurriedly said, "Pagondas, don't drink too much. It's not good for your health. I soaked a big watermelon in the well. I'll cut it for you later to quench your thirst." The decoration of Leotychides' residence was very simple, unlike the residence of an elder. The only extravagant thing was that Regina had spent a lot of money to hire someone to dig a private well at the beginning of the house. The bottom of the well was relatively deep, and the water was bone-chilling. Usually, it was used to keep vegetables and fruits fresh. Oh, Pagondas obediently put down the jug of water and sat on the ground, watching his father and brother fight. Regina pulled him up and kicked him hard in the butt. "Look at you, you're all sweaty. Hurry up and take a bath." After driving the youngest son away, Regina shouted to the 2 female slaves beside her, "It's going to be dark soon. Don't just stand there. Go to the kitchen and tell them to get dinner ready as soon as possible." 20 years had passed, And even though Leotychides had already entered the upper echelons of the kingdom and had a noble status, the broody Regina's shrewish temper was still the same. At the dining table, when Rufina asked again, "What happened today?" "His Majesty has decided to support the Thebes and send troops to the Peloponnese to attack Sparta. I will be the commander of this expedition army." Leotychides finally put down the ox-bone in his hand and said with a serious expression, "His Majesty has decided to support the Thebes and send troops to the Peloponnese to attack Sparta." "Father, you're going to lead an army to conquer Sparta?" The youngest son exclaimed. His eldest son, Tiltotus, was also shocked. In the past, Leotychides did not spend much time at home. Every time he did, he would either train them or tell them stories after training. Most of the stories were about the legends and heroes of Sparta. He hoped that the children would gradually develop a sense of admiration for Sparta. However, the effect was not very obvious. The children were more eager to defeat Sparta, the treacherous villain. After all, they spent more time in school. Although Regina was careless, she was actually very smart. When she first got married, she was completely unfamiliar with the affairs of Greece. But after so many years, she had some understanding of Greece. Her husband was from Argos, so he should hate Sparta. However, he did not do so in his daily life, which made her feel puzzled. But since Leotychides did not say anything, she did not take the initiative to ask. But now she could not help but ask, "You didn't accept the appointment, did you?" "Of course I did." Leotychides looked at his wife and seemed to understand what she was thinking. He added, "I'm very happy to teach Sparta a lesson." This was his true thought. When he escaped from Sparta, he swore that one day he would lead his army back to Sparta and kill all the people of Sparta who humiliated him and forced his mother to commit suicide. The reason why he was behaving so strangely in the palace hall was that he did not expect the opportunity to fulfill his vow to suddenly come to him. He was desperately trying to suppress the excitement in his heart. "Tiltotus," Leotychides continued, "this time you will come with me." "That's great." Tiltotus was so excited that he almost jumped up. Regina suddenly reminded him, "Tiltotus is not 18 years old yet. He can't serve in the army. He will be with me as my errand boy. He doesn't need to fight in the army." After Leotychides finished speaking, he buried his head in his food. This caused the mood of his family to become restless. Although the Devers had held many meetings to analyze and judge the possible changes in the situation in Greece after the Battle of Leuctra, the development of things still exceeded their expectations. First of all, the armistice agreement between the Thebes and Sparta caught Dionia off guard. However, this did not affect their preparation for the war. The matters of the expedition were still carried out in an orderly manner. Second, Iasion's series of actions after the battle had aroused the vigilance of the Devers. They specifically ordered Aristiras to strengthen the monitoring of the territory of Thessaly. Then, the Devers originally thought that the failure of the Battle of Leuctra would cause Sparta to desperately retaliate in order to restore its prestige. However, they did not expect that Sparta would quickly sign the armistice agreement and really did not make any hostile moves against the Thebes in the subsequent period. The reason was that the impact of the battle on Greece and the entire Peloponnesus peninsula was so great that the higher-ups of Dionia did not expect it. After all, the Devers did not live in Greece, and they had almost never suffered a defeat in any war. Therefore, they could not understand how the Greek people felt about Sparta. After the Messenian War and before the Hippocratic War, the Sparta had dominated all of Greece. Its long-term dominance had created an inherent concept in the Greek people. Unless the enemy had a great advantage in terms of military strength, the heavy infantry of Sparta was simply invincible in battle. This was an unbreakable principle. However, in this battle, which was considered a grand scale for the Greeks, the Thebans actually defeated the Spartans despite being outnumbered. Furthermore, the Spartan king had died in battle. It should be noted that ever since Leonidas sacrificed himself at the hot spring gate of Greece, no Spartan king had died on the battlefield. Therefore, When the details of the battle spread throughout the Greek mainland, many city-states suddenly realized that the Spartans weren't that scary after all. If the Thebans could do it, perhaps they could do it too. Therefore, many city-states were stirred up. 2 months ago, after the signing of the Treaty of Callias, according to the content of the treaty, Sparta was supposed to withdraw the military commanders stationed in the city-states. However, the Sparta people had been dragging out the implementation of the treaty. Now, these city-states had boldly expelled the military commanders sent by Sparta. To make matters worse for Sparta, as an oligarchic city-state, it had always implemented and supported oligarchic systems in the city-states and allied city-states under its control. These oligarchs who held the power would then persecute the Democrats in the city and increase the exploitation of the ordinary people in the country. On the one hand, it was also to satisfy the military needs of Sparta. Now, encouraged by the victory of the Thebes in the battle, the exiled Democrats of the city-states had returned to their motherland, inciting the already dissatisfied people and setting off a wave of riots. Chapter 1145. This wave even spread to Agos. In fact, Sparta had never been able to control the city-states of Agos. However, due to its strength, a group of pro-Sparta counselors gradually emerged in the political arena of Agos. Now, most of these wealthy counselors were beaten to death by the angry civilians with sticks. The Thebes, without a doubt, benefited the most from this wave. As the victors of the battle, the Thebes' influence in Greece increased greatly. Not only did the remaining city-states of Boeotia take the initiative to approach the Thebes, but even the Phocians, the Locrians who were friendly with Sparta, and the Locrians who were located in the southwest and northwest of Boeotia respectively, and even the Euboeans who were friendly with the Thebes, wanted to form an alliance with them. The reason was that they saw the weakening of Sparta's power and wanted the military support of a new power to help them resist the threat. The Phocians and the Locrians were worried about Thessaly, while the Euboeans were worried about Athens. The Thebes had mixed feelings about this. They were happy that their power had been greatly increased, but they were worried that the threat of Sparta had not been eliminated yet. They might have to face a few more powerful enemies. Needless to say, there was already a rift between the two sides in Athens. Although Thessaly was an ally, Iasion's previous performance had already shown his ambition. At this time he was even recruiting troops in the north. When he led his army south, it was likely that the two sides would meet. Under the strong suggestion of Peropides and Epaminonda, the Battle of Leuctra had made Epaminonda the most prestigious person in the Thebes. The Thebes government decided to form an alliance with the Phocians, the Locrians, and the Euboeans. They wanted to increase their own power as soon as possible in order to cope with future challenges. Since then, almost all of central Greece, except for the Attica region, Athens, was under the influence of the Thebes. However, the Thebes were not the biggest threat to Sparta. The biggest threat came from the Arcadia region of Peloponnesus. Arcadia was located in the middle of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. Geographically, the Laconia region where Sparta was located was separated by towering mountains to the east and west and the sea to the south. Only the north, which was connected to the Arcadia region, was relatively low-lying, making it more convenient for troops to enter and leave. Therefore, ever since the rise of Sparta, it had been to interfere with the affairs of the city-states in Arcadia, trying to completely control them. Due to the long-term suppression of Sparta, compared to other regions of Greece, the Arcadia region had never had a city-state that had a certain degree of influence in Greece. Even before the War of Corinth, due to Mandinia's disobedience, Mandinia was located in the northeast of Arcadia region. Mandinia's territory was invaded and completely destroyed by a water attack. The brutality of Sparta did temporarily deter the Arcadians, but it also made them more vigilant and uneasy. More than a decade had passed. While Sparta was busy fighting the Thebes, the exiled Mandinians gradually returned to their homeland and began to work hard to rebuild their homes. This made Sparta vigilant. Soon, they sent messengers to warn the Mandinians that they should get out of this land immediately, or else Sparta would send an army to expel them. However, within a few days, the other city-states in the Arcadia region sent messengers to Sparta to plead for the Mandinians. At this time, because of the continuous war, Sparta was short of manpower and resources. It relied more on its allies, and the Arcadians contributed a lot. So, Sparta had no choice but to reluctantly agree to their request. Of course, the Mandinians had to promise that Sparta would once again be their leader, and they would send their citizens to help Sparta in the war. The problem seemed to have been solved, but it was not. The Mandinians began to build walls and rebuild the city. To prevent the city from being flooded again, they even dug a new channel and changed the flow of the Orpheus River. The newly designed city was more sturdy, unique, and difficult to conquer. While the Mandinians were building the city, they were also secretly carrying out another important task. During the years of exile, one of their leaders, Lycomedes, gradually realized that the city-states of Arcadia must unite and build an alliance. Only then would they have the confidence to say no to the unreasonable demands of Sparta, and only then would they be able to protect the safety of the Arcadians. Therefore, Lycomedes spared no effort to persuade the other city-states of Arcadia. Things went smoothly, because these city-states had been suffering from Sparta for a long time. With Lycomedes taking the lead, except for a few city-states, everyone agreed to form an Arcadia alliance. However, the problem of which city-state to choose as the capital of the alliance arose again. Because the city-states of Arcadia were not too different in strength, there was no particularly outstanding city-state that could suppress the others. However, if any city-state was randomly chosen, it could quickly grow stronger after the establishment of the alliance, which was something that the other city-states did not want to see. In the end, Lycomedes put forward a proposal: gather the strength of the alliance and build a new city as the capital of the alliance. In the end, his proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. After many discussions, the location of the new city was selected, and the political structure of the entire alliance was discussed in more detail. In short, in 371 BC, the 23rd year of the kingdom of Dionia, the preparations for the Pan-Arcadia alliance were basically completed, and the implementation began in full swing. Sparta learned that Arcadia was building an alliance, but at this time its war against the Thebes was at a critical stage, and it really had no spare power to stop this matter. Moreover, the city-states of Arcadia had been sending troops and supplies to help it in the war. So the Sparta people pretended that they did not know about it. They wanted to wait until the problem of the Thebes was solved before dealing with this matter. However, they did not expect that the Battle of Leuctra would suddenly change the situation in Greece, and the few remaining city-states of Arcadia also began to waver. Therefore, under the active persuasion of Lycomedes, they also began to actively request to join the Pan-Arcadia alliance. Among these city-states was Tegea. Tegea was located in the southeast of the Arcadia region and had always been regarded by Sparta as a staunch ally and a strong gateway to the northern frontier. Now that Tegea had changed sides, the Sparta finally could not tolerate it. So the procurators sent messengers to threaten the city-states of Arcadia, demanding that they immediately disband the alliance, or else they would face the wrath of the Sparta army. Of course, the Arcadians would not give in, but they also knew that Sparta was powerful, and they could not fight against it with their own strength, so they had to seek outside support. The first person they thought of for help was Athens. After the Battle of Leuctra, while Athens was happy about the decline of Sparta's power, it was also worried about the rise of the neighboring Thebes. So it made a move. It invited its own Sea Alliance city-states and the city-states of Peloponnesus to represent Athens to re-swear the previous Great King's Agreement, and solemnly stated that in the event of an enemy attack, the members of the oath should help each other. It seemed that this move by Athens was a continuation of the previous treaty of Callias signed in Sparta, and it was also a show of support for Sparta and its allies, who had been defeated on the battlefield. But in fact, Athens was trying to expand its influence in the Peloponnesus Peninsula, usurping the leadership of Sparta, and at the same time trying to win over Persia. Many city-states of Mandynia and Arcadia also participated in the oath ceremony. According to the agreement, Athens was obliged to provide help, so the Arcadians sent messengers to Athens. While the messengers from Arcadia were on their way to Athens, a huge fleet was sailing across the Adriatic Sea, heading towards the Peloponnesus Peninsula. It was the army of Dionia that was going to conquer Sparta. According to the mobilization speed of the army of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, after the order to set out was issued, the various regions would usually be assembled within 4 to 5 days. For a region like Lucania, which was more vast and covered in mountains, it would take a lot of time for the military camp to notify the various towns and cities, and for the citizens of the towns and cities to gather at the military camp. Even if King Divers had to discuss with the Ministry of Military Affairs to make some military preparations, the time needed would not exceed 15 days. The reason why the army was ordered to go to war 2 months later was that the armistice between the Thebes and Sparta and a series of anti-Sparta waves in the Peloponnesus Peninsula had attracted the attention of the higher-ups of Dionia. They specially suspended the military operation to observe the development of the situation, and it was not until 2 months later that they resumed the military operation. In order to prevent the news of the expedition from being discovered by the Sparta in advance, Dionia announced to the public that it was going to crusade against the Lusitanians who had repeatedly attacked the southern region of Iberia. So the place where the army embarked was not set in Brindisi, but in Crotone. The barracks of Legio IV were originally in Crotone, and the 1st and Legio VI were in the north and south, respectively, not too far apart. The 3 legions soon boarded the long-prepared fleet at the port of Crotone, and under the escort of the 1st flotilla, they sailed eastward. The huge fleet passed through the heel of Italy and rested for a night in Odlum. The next day, after sailing across the Adriatic Sea, they sailed south along the west coast of the Greek mainland. Wherever the fleet passed, the towns and cities, such as Cæcila Island, were all terrified. The people of Greece had never seen such a huge fleet before. There were more than 300 transport ships, more than 500 cargo ships, and 550 warships. In total, there were more than 1,200 ships. They were spread out on the surface of the sea, spanning 5 to 6 miles. This was because the entire fleet had chosen to set out on a few days when the sea conditions were better, so the ships were arranged more closely together. Chapter 1146. Although the Greeks did not know the destination of this large fleet, they were very familiar with the symbol of black hair entwined with a double fork on the sails. In the past, they had only seen it on the merchant ships of Dionia, but now it had appeared on a warship. Did this mean that the barbarian kingdom on the other side of the Adriatic Sea was finally going to attack the Greek mainland? Regardless of the fear and suspicion of the Greek people, the Dionia fleet did not slow down and went straight south. Soon, they passed the entrance of Corinth Bay and entered the waters of the west coast of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. As dusk approached, the fleet had to disembark early to prepare a camp. This was because they could not reach the southern coast of Messenia today. Further south was a steep and narrow coast. It was difficult for the ships to dock, and the crew could not get a rest. The place where the fleet docked was the northwest corner of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. The terrain here was relatively flat, and it had been called the Elis area since ancient times. It was very famous throughout the Greek world because the Olympia was held here. There was also the famous temple of Zeus here. Of course, there were also 2 more famous city-states, Elis and Pisa. They had been competing for the right to host the Olympia and had always been enemies. The location where the Dionia fleet disembarked happened to be within the territory of Elis. Seeing the dense number of ships swarming to the coast and thousands of soldiers rushing to the beach, the neighboring Greek people were frightened and ran inland with their families. The people of Elis soon received the news and were also very panicked. Although they had little contact with the Dionia, they had never provoked this behemoth in the west. Without any warning, why did the Dionia send an army to invade their territory? The Council of Elis carried out an emergency military mobilization for the citizens in the territory and held an urgent discussion. They even came to a conclusion. It was said that the Dionia people believed in Hades and did not recognize Zeus as the king of gods. Could it be that this time they came to destroy the temple of Zeus? The counselors of Elis sadly found that if this was the case, in order to defend the god Zeus, the people of Elis had to fight to the death. Just when the Elysians were feeling pessimistic, they received an urgent notice from the city guard. An envoy from Dionia had come to visit. Tisias, a citizen of Dionia and a native of Tyndaris, had served as a Tyndaris general for several consecutive terms. He had a high prestige among the people of Tyndaris. Later on, he responded to the request of the people, held and presided over the citizens' assembly, which finally allowed Tyndaris to be incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia. Because of that, he also became the kingdom's elder. When the news that the Devers had approved the Dionysian army to attack Peloponnesus and rebuild Messenia reached the Senate, he took the initiative to see the king of the Devers, hoping to follow the army, as his ancestral home was Messenia. At this time, Tisias walked to the center of the assembly of Elis with his head held high. Looking at the angry and frightened gazes, he felt a sense of pride as a citizen of a great country. But he suppressed this pride and tried to make his expression as sincere as possible. Descendants of Zeus, respectable citizens of Elis, on behalf of the kingdom of Dionia, I extend my sincerest apologies to you, because it was getting late during our voyage. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, our fleet had to temporarily stop by the shore to rest. Hence, we entered your territory. But please be assured that we will only rest for one night and leave tomorrow. We will not cause any harm to this land or the people on it. Due to the inconvenience caused by our reckless actions, we, the kingdom of Dionia, will also pay a certain amount of gold and silver as compensation for the army's overnight stay in Elis. Tisias' words made the Elis counselor skeptical, but their hearts were finally at ease. There was a commotion in the assembly, and the senators discussed in whispers for a while before someone stood up and said, "People of Dionia, your reckless actions have indeed caused great trouble to Elis. But if things are as you said, we are still willing to forgive your reckless actions." Elis was not a city that was easy to talk to, not to mention the decades of conflict between it and Pisa, during which it had fought several wars with Sparta. However, the reason why the senators of Elis were so reasonable at this moment was because of the sudden arrival of the Dionia and the large number of their army, which made them feel that they could not defeat them, so they wanted to send this god of plague away as soon as possible. Then another senator asked curiously, "May I know where your army is going?" Tisias was waiting for this question, so he immediately asked back, "Have you heard of the city of Tyndaris in Sicily?" Tyndaris should be a city-state established in the northeast corner of Sicily with the support of the original tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius. It is said that more than half of its citizens are from Messenia, and later, Tyndaris defected to Dionia. Said a senator, "Not defected, but the citizens of Tyndaris collectively decided to join Dionia." Tisias corrected him loudly, then continued, "When the people of Tyndaris joined the holy kingdom of Dionia, the king of Devers made a promise that one day he will help Messenia achieve independence and free the Messenians who had been enslaved. But not long after that, due to the influence of the war, Dionia and Sparta signed a long-term peace agreement, and this promise was temporarily put on hold until this year, when the people of Sparta tore up the peace agreement with us, Dionia." Tisias had a gloating smile on his face and said loudly, "The king of Devers finally has the chance to fulfill his promise. So the Dionysian army that you see is heading to Messenia to chase away the people of Sparta who have occupied the area for hundreds of years, and to make Messenia the home of the Messenians again." At the end of his speech, Tisias became excited, as if a flame had suddenly been ignited in the hall, and the people of Elis present were shocked and excited. This news was too shocking. The Hegemon of the Western Mediterranean, Dionia, had declared war on Sparta. Why were the people of Elis so excited? Wasn't it also a member of the Peloponnesus alliance? Elis was indeed a member of the Peloponnesus alliance, but ever since the king of Sparta, Arsus, Leotychides' father, led an army to invade Elis territory, defeated it, and even occupied part of its territory, the people of Elis gradually drifted away from Sparta. In the subsequent military campaigns led by Sparta, the people of Elis contributed very little. To punish them for their disobedience, the people of Sparta even gave the right to host the Olympia to Elis' nemesis, Pisa. In the Peloponnesus alliance, Elis was gradually being marginalized. What worried the people of Elis even more was that during the Armistice Conference in Sparta, besides Thebes, Elis was the second city-state that did not sign the agreement. According to the agreement, each city-state must be independent, and the people of Elis would never allow the towns under their control to become independent. Therefore, Elis also refused to participate in the swearing ceremony held in Athens. As a result, Elis was too isolated in the western part of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. Therefore, during this period of time, when the people of Arcadia and Sparta fell out because of the establishment of the alliance, the people of Elis were wild with joy. A few days ago, they specially sent messengers to Megalopolis to express their support for the people of Arcadia. Now that the kingdom of Dionia declared war on Sparta, there was no doubt that it was another shot in the arm. In this boiling uproar, suddenly, someone shouted hoarsely, "Dear messenger of Dionia, you just said that the kingdom of Dionia will let the Myrcenians rebuild their homeland. Who are the Myrcenians you are referring to?" Tisias fixed his eyes on the person who spoke. It was the person who had answered Tyndarus' question. He had a rough idea in his heart. He said loudly, "All the Myrcenians who are enslaved by the Sparta, living in Messenia and Laconia, and all the Myrcenians who are forced to live in exile in other city-states, as well as their descendants, will be regarded by the Holy Kingdom of Dionia as citizens of the Messenian city-state that will be established. The Holy Kingdom of Dionia welcomes them to return to the homeland where their ancestors lived and rebuild their homeland that truly belongs to them. In fact, I am a Myrcenian. This time, I will personally witness the Dionysian army defeating the Sparta bandits that have occupied our homeland for hundreds of years. I will also personally liberate my fellow Myrcenians, allowing them to regain their dignity and freedom. The land of Messenia will be rejuvenated in the hands of the true Myrcenians." After hearing Tisias' words, the counselor's eyes suddenly turned red. He could not help but open his mouth and sing. At the foot of the towering and precipitous Mount Taygetos flows the clear and gentle Pamesus River. The majestic Edom Rock protects the beautiful city of Messenia. Countless cattle and sheep run on the fertile plains. Countless farmers work in the fields. Tisias was stunned for a moment, and then he sang along. "Like wolves, the Sparta have seized our land and enslaved us like cattle and sheep. We cannot bear the heavy burden. Their cruel whips do not stop. More than half of the fruits of labor on the well-cultivated land belong to these ferocious bandits." At this moment, several Elis counselors joined in, singing passionately, "Gods of Olympus, if you are willing to protect Messenia, I am willing to sacrifice my daughter like the hero Aristodemus, and then fight to the death. Gods of Olympus, please bless me. I will be like Aristophorus, fighting all my life. As long as the people can be saved, I am willing to go through hardships, to be covered in cuts and bruises, to be left with nothing." At the end of the song, the voices of 7 or 8 people drowned out the noise in the hall. At this moment, everyone's face was covered in tears. Ever since the fall of Messenia, this song, composed by an unknown author, had been quietly sung among the enslaved people of Messenia. It also made the Myrcenians who had fled their homeland and scattered across the Mediterranean always remember the suffering of their ancestors. Chapter 1147. It was not entirely a coincidence that the expedition army of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia had set up camp in the territory of Elis. Elis, as an outlier in the Peloponnesus alliance, was already in the consideration of the Devers. Furthermore, the Elis region and Arcadia region were close to Messenia, and many Messenians had fled to these two regions. The 7 or 8 Elis citizens who had just sung were all from Messenia. Previously, due to military secrecy, the people of Dionia did not announce it to the public. Now, they needed to let the people of the entire Greek world know that Dionia had sent troops to Peloponnesus not only to fulfill the covenant, but also to help the Messenians restore their country. Elis, which was passing by, could help them do this. After singing the song, the relationship between Tygia and the people of Elis was quickly drawn closer. The people of Elis also began to discuss some cooperation with him. After all, they were all ready to join forces with the Arcadians to fight against Sparta. Now that the army of Dionia to attack Sparta was right in front of them, this was a better opportunity for cooperation. On this evening, due to the huge commotion caused by the Dionian army landing on the coast, the citizens of Elis were not the only ones who received the news. The news soon spread to the nearby cities such as Olympia, Pisa, and Triphylia, a small city not far east of Olympia that originally belonged to Elis but was later forcibly taken away by Sparta. In a village called Silis under Triphylia, there was a large house. The respected hero of the Persia expedition, the famous scholar of Athens, Xenophon, lived in the house. More than 20 years ago, after returning from the Persia expedition, Xenophon was expelled from Athens and had to lead a mercenary army again. He followed the king of Sparta, Agesilaus, to conquer Asia Minor. Because of this, he was highly regarded by Agesilaus and became a distinguished guest of Sparta. Agesilaus assigned him land here. Xenophon had lived here for nearly 20 years and had regarded it as his second home. In addition to following the Sparta army to war, he spent more time in the quiet and peaceful village, concentrating on thinking and writing articles. Sometimes he would take his children and servants to the nearby forest to hunt and relax, living a very comfortable, idyllic life. He also raised his own money to build the Temple of Arthenes near the village of Silis. He worshipped it every year, hoping that the god would bless this area and keep it peaceful and tranquil. Tonight, as usual, he sat in his study, lit an oil lamp, and began to think about his new book, History of Greece. This was a new idea that sprouted in his mind after the completion of expedition a few years ago. He wanted to continue the series of events that happened in Greece after Thucydides' History of the War of Peloponnesus. Many of these events were personally experienced by him, and he was very familiar with them. Just as he was thinking and writing, a sudden shout broke the silence of the village, and it did not disappear quickly. Instead, it caused the whole village to boil. Xenophon had no choice but to put down his pen and walk out of the study. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he ran into his eldest son. He said in a slightly panicked tone, "Father, I heard from the villagers that the army of Dionia has landed on the coast of Elis and is preparing to attack inland." Dionia declared war on Elis. How is this possible? Dionia and Elis had never been in contact, and there were no signs beforehand. How could a war suddenly break out? Xenophon was puzzled and immediately asked, "Is this news you heard true?" "I heard from the villagers that a few Olympia priests happened to go to a village in Elis to attend a funeral. They saw with their own eyes that the ships of Dionia were anchored on the beach, and they could not see the end of it." Xenophon's expression turned solemn. He thought for a moment and said to his son, "Go out and tell the villagers that I'm the one who said it. Tell them not to panic. Even if the Dionysian army is really going to attack inland, it's still far from here. We have enough time to make preparations. Let them go home and rest. Don't make a ruckus in the middle of the night. It'll easily cause panic and accidents." Not long after his son went out, the noise gradually subsided. Xenophon's prestige in this village was evident. Xenophon had no desire to write at this time. He paced back and forth in the courtyard irritably, recalling the matter of Sparta wanting to end the peace agreement with Dionia early. He was very uneasy about it at that time, but unfortunately his words carried little weight. Even Agesilaus' strong opposition could not stop it. Now, not long after the agreement was suspended, the army of Dionia set foot on the land of Elis. How much impact would this have on the situation in Peloponnesus and the entire Greek mainland? Xenophon had just been to Thurii, and he had a deeper understanding of the strength of the kingdom of Dionia. At the thought of this terrible beast finally breaking out of its cage and pouncing on the Greek mainland, he could not help but tremble all over. There was only one thought in his mind: immediately rush to Sparta and tell them about this matter. Let them quickly discuss a good way to put this beast back in its cage. But was there really a good way? Xenophon looked up at the dark night sky and remembered the smile on his face when he met the Devers, but his eyes were unreadable. The next morning, the crew of Dionia pushed the ships away from the beach. The soldiers quickly boarded the ships, and the entire fleet continued to sail south. Seeing that the people of Dionia had really left, the people of Elis breathed a sigh of relief. Next, they could not wait for the upheaval in the south to happen. There was one more person in this Dionia fleet. It was the descendant of Messenia, the Elis counselor Ionicus, who had spoken to Tisius previously. He had taken the initiative to apply to follow the army as a liaison between Elis and the Dionysian army. At the same time, he was also a guide. Therefore, he was approved by Commander Leotychides to appear on the flagship of the First Fleet. At this time, he pointed to the coast in front of the left and said in a trembling voice, "After this promontory, we will enter the waters of Messenia." "Don't be nervous. We have so many warships. The fleet of Sparta will not dare to attack us at all," Tisius comforted him. "I'm not nervous. I'm just a little excited." Ionicus let out a long sigh. Tisius looked at him and nodded sympathetically. He said softly, "Me too." At this time, the lookout on top of the flagship's mainmast shouted, "Raise a yellow flag on the clippers in front." Sicarion, who was standing at the bow of the ship and looking ahead, immediately said to the flagship's captain, "Tell the first B squadron to maintain their formation and continue forward. Ignore them unless they attack." "Yes, sir." The reason Sicarion dared to give such an order was because he knew that Sparta's current warships did not exceed 40, and more than half of them were from their allies. They were not enough to pose a threat to the First Fleet at all. In the entire Greek mainland, perhaps only the fleet of Athens could slightly raise Sicarion's spirits. In reality, it was 2 Sparta patrol ships that appeared in front of the first flotilla. Originally, they only wanted to warn the Dionysian fleet to stay away from the coastal route, but the first flotilla ignored them and went straight ahead. Hundreds of warships approached them riding the wind and waves. The sailors of Sparta had long been terrified, so they quickly turned around and retreated to the south. The difference between the Sparta navy and the army was like the difference between heaven and earth. Other than a great victory at the Sheep Horse River under Lysander's leadership, they did not have any other glorious achievements. In the past few years, they had been beaten by the navy of Athens repeatedly. Their morale was extremely low, and right now they did not dare to challenge the enormous Dionysian fleet. Soon, no more Sparta warships appeared in the vicinity. The entire Dionia fleet sailed south along the coast smoothly. On one hand, it was more convenient to ensure the safety of the troop transports and supply ships, and on the other hand, it was convenient to observe the situation on land. However, what the crew saw were mostly continuous mountain ridges. Only near the coast could they see a stone tower every 1 or 2 miles. These are the towers that the Sparta forced the Messenians to build, but their purpose is to monitor the Messenians and prevent them from escaping, Ionicus said in a heavy tone. There are many similar facilities in the north of the Messenian territory. The Sparta made the whole of Messenia into a cage to imprison the Messenians. Back then, my father and nearly 200 people could not bear the cruel oppression and killing of the Sparta, so they desperately tried to escape Messenia. In the end, less than 15 people managed to escape to Elis alive. After listening to this, Tisius was silent for a long time. He secretly clenched his fists and said with hatred, "Today we, the Dionia, are here to break this cage. Such a tragedy will not happen again in the future." As the two vented their anger toward Sparta, a voice interrupted, "Why don't I see anyone in these towers?" Ionicus turned around and saw that it was the commander of the Dionia army, Leotychides. He quickly explained, In the past, there were at least 10 soldiers stationed in each tower. But now, the Sparta people go to war every year, and every year there are casualties among their citizens. As a result, they don't even have enough people to defend Laconia. How can there be extra soldiers stationed in these towers? Ionicus showed a look of schadenfreude, while Leotychides' expression was a little strange. Then Ionicus said, "But there must be Sparta soldiers stationed in the city of Pylos up ahead, because it is an important town for the Sparta on the west coast of Messenia." Chapter 1148. Half an hour later, the Daionia soldiers saw the city on the coast. Although it was called an important city, it was actually just a small stone city wedged between the mountains and the coast. On top of the city stood a row of soldiers in red cloaks. The bayonets in their hands reflected the sunlight. From afar, it was hard to tell whether they were afraid or excited. They stood there motionlessly. Such a posture seemed to stimulate the Daionia soldiers, and their fighting spirit soared. "Quiet down, all of you! We will be landing on Messenia's beach soon. You will have plenty of opportunities to fight the Sparta." Marquez shouted at the excited soldiers on the transport ship. "But for now, all of you better stay quiet and conserve your strength. When the ship docks, be the first to charge forward. Don't worry, Captain. We will never fall behind the other squads. We will be the first to break through the enemy's defense line," a soldier said loudly. Immediately, the other soldiers responded enthusiastically. "I hope so," Marquez answered nonchalantly, but deep down he was excited because he could use the morale. He held the side of the ship with one hand and looked down at the blue sea. He could not help but recall the first time he boarded a warship and landed on the Trine naval base. Later, he followed the army to Sicily and defeated Carthage's 100,000 soldiers. Then he landed on Africa and conquered Carthage. He had long overcome his seasickness. After the war in the western Mediterranean, Marquez and some nobles of Rome were arranged to live in the Thurii region. He was lucky enough to be included in the First Legion. Later, he went north and conquered Gaul. He was promoted to a captain and entered the ranks of Daonia's officers. Even more fortunately, he adapted to life in Daionia and did not want to associate with the former nobles of Rome who still held grudges against the kingdom. As a result, many nobles of Rome were arrested during the Thurii rebellion a few years ago, but he was not implicated. He was not even interrogated or investigated. His superior played a big role in this. Adoris was his immediate superior, the leader of the 3rd Brigade of the First Legion. After going through so many twists and turns, Max was once again under Adoris' command. It was truly fate. Adoris had indeed taken good care of him. Marquez was still reminiscing about the past. The cheers of the soldiers on the ship brought him back to reality. "We have passed the Cape. The fleet is turning around. We are almost there." The southern coastline of the Peloponnese Peninsula was shaped like an M. It formed two bays, the Gulf of Laconia on the east and the Gulf of Messenia on the west. When the fleet rounded the promontory formed by the mountain ridge, the warships of the First Fleet's 1st B Squadron, which was sailing at the forefront, split into two groups. A small portion of the warships turned north and approached the beach ahead, while the majority of the warships turned south and began to line up on the east side of the bay to guard against possible enemy ships and ensure the safety of the landing ships. Numerous troop carriers gradually spread out as they sailed north. They were spread out across the entire bay. Coupled with the supply ships that followed closely behind the troop carriers, the entire bay was almost filled with ships. Marquez's ship was at the forefront. He looked ahead, and as the ship moved forward, the scenery in his eyes became clearer. On both sides of the bay were the outlines of lush mountains. In the middle was a flat and wide plain with a white beach. In the middle, there was a white ribbon that divided it into two from the south to the north. There were no coastal towns built on such a fine bay. There were only a few villages, simple docks, and few ships. On the contrary, there were flocks of seagulls flying up and down in the sky. It was quite an interesting sight. having been used to the prosperity and bustle of the port of Turiai. Marquez's eyes lit up when he saw the bay that was almost undeveloped. However, this feeling quickly disappeared because some Spartan soldiers had already appeared on the beach. The Sparta had experienced 3 wars in the process of conquering Messenia. In the first 2 wars, the Messenian soldiers relied on fortresses and towns to resist the attacks of the Sparta. The wars lasted for a long time and caused a lot of trouble for the Sparta. Therefore, after the complete conquest of Messenia, the Sparta demolished all the towns on this plain. As a result, compared to the other areas of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, there were only villages and no towns. However, there was a large military camp in the middle of the plain. It was where the Sparta trained their soldiers. It was also the base where they could form an army at any time and suppress the rebellion of the Black Rogues. During the war with the Thebes, due to the participation of Athens, the strength of the Athens navy posed a threat to the waters controlled by Sparta. In order to ensure the safety of the Messenia region, Sparta also sent some soldiers to Messenia. However, after the signing of the Treaty of Callias, Sparta immediately withdrew the extra citizens. Now, there were less than 500 Sparta soldiers left in the entire Messenia region. However, the Sparta people firmly believed that even with such a small garrison, Messenia would still remain stable. Because of decades of cruel rule and years of bloody killings, Sparta would allow young soldiers to kill any Black Rogues they saw at a fixed time. On the one hand, it was to let the young people see blood and build up their courage. On the other hand, it was to prevent the Black Rogues from overpopulation. So the Black Rogues had long been tamed like cattle and sheep. Even when foreign enemies invaded, they could organize the Black Rogues and use them as auxiliary troops to strengthen the size of the army and resist. The current situation was like this. The Sparta patrol ships hurriedly withdrew to Messenia and reported to the military camp that a large fleet of Dionia had appeared in the coastal waters. They were menacing and seemed to be up to no good. The commander of the military camp, Dorieus, had undergone the cruel military training of Agos since he was a child and became one of the best soldiers. Thus, when he grew up, he was selected to join the king's guards. In his 20 years of military career, he had fought dozens of battles and made many achievements. His military experience could be said to be rich. The year before last, he was appointed as the military commander of Messenia, responsible for the defense of the region. After hearing the news, Dorieus was immediately alerted. Not only did he quickly gather the soldiers in the military camp, but he also sent people to notify the security officers of the villages. These security officers were old and frail former Sparta soldiers who were appointed to manage the villages of Messenia. They had 3 main tasks: to supervise the work of the Black Rogues, to prevent them from slacking off, to collect most of the harvest after the autumn harvest, and to supervise the daily life of the Black Rogues. If there were any abnormalities, immediately notify the military camp to arrest and kill them, so that they could organize all the young and strong Black Rogues. The envoy sent by the Sparta military camp boarded a small boat and met the Dionia warship that entered the bay, ready to question why it suddenly invaded Sparta's territory without prior notice. However, before the envoy could board the Dionia warship, the boat was knocked over. The enmity of the Dionia people was obvious. Dorieus, who received the news, immediately led the Sparta soldiers to the beach. At the same time, he ordered the security officers of the villages to bring the Black Rogues to the beach as soon as possible. When he hurried to the beach, Dorieus could not help but be dumbfounded. All he could see were the endless ships of Dionia. This kind of earth-shattering momentum made Dorieus, who had experienced hundreds of battles, feel his scalp go numb. In the past few decades, Messenia, which was ruled by Sparta, had been invaded. During the War of Peloponnesus, the Athens fleet had attacked this area many times. However, the number of Athens soldiers who landed on the shore was not large. Most of the time, before the Sparta reinforcements arrived, the Athens fleet had fled by ship. Even when they launched an attack on the camp, they were defeated by the Sparta soldiers who outnumbered them at that time. The Athens army rarely fought with the Sparta warriors on land. It was the first time that Dorio's encountered such a large-scale landing operation. Fortunately, the black rogues arrived one after another, and the entire army gradually increased to 3,000 soldiers. Even though most of the black rogues were only armed with a spear and did not even have a shield, Dorio's was still relieved. But then he frowned again because he saw that the ships were spread out on the sea, and it seemed that they were ready to land. The shore that could be landed was more than 20 miles wide, and he only had so few troops in his hands. How could he defend all of them? What's more, the number of black rogues in this army was several times that of the Sparta warriors. Once the Sparta warriors left the control of the Sparta warriors, it would be difficult to guarantee their loyalty. And if the Sparta warriors were scattered among the black rogues, it would greatly weaken the overall combat power of the entire army, especially against the rumored Diolian army. Dorio's did not dare to take this risk. So he decided not to disperse his army, but to focus on defending the beach west of the Peloponnesus estuary. The number of Sparta soldiers seems to be quite large. At this time, Tisias, who had followed Leotides from the flagship of the first fleet to another warship, shouted loudly. The warship he was on was less than 2 miles away from the coast, so he could see it quite clearly. Many of them are black rogues. They will not fight with all their strength for the Sparta. Ionicus reminded loudly, putting his hand on his forehead and looking forward. Beside him, Mukru pointed at the coast and reminded the commander, "My lord, the Sparta soldiers are concentrated together. They are not scattered." Leoticides looked at the coast attentively. The battle that was about to begin had caused his slightly fluctuating emotions to be suppressed. He spoke slowly, informed the warships to attack, get the soldiers ready to land. Chapter 1149. Understood. Mukerger replied. Ionicus was puzzled when he heard this. Why would the warships attack the army on land? After a while, he saw more than a dozen 3-oared warships side by side, heading straight for the coast where the Sparta army was. When they were less than a mile away from the Sparta army, the warships stopped. Because they had reached the bottom of the sea, the crew on the deck immediately threw an anchor into the sea to fix the ships. Then a piece of equipment was lifted from the cabin to the deck, a ballista. Some of the gunners were responsible for fixing the frame of the ballista. Some were responsible for measuring the target parameters. Some are responsible for installing the spring set, and some are responsible for carrying the stone projectiles. Not only this ballista team, but they also had a tacit understanding of each other. At the end of the war in the western Mediterranean, when the Dionysian army besieged the city of Carthage, the naval warships entered the lagoon and placed ballistas on the deck to assist the army in the siege. Since then, the use of ballistas on the warships had become a military training program for the Navy. Dorio's saw the Dionysian warships heading straight for the beach and thought that they were about to disembark soon. He immediately commanded his troops to form a loose horizontal formation in the direction of the warships. At the forefront were the helots with javelins in their hands. They were prepared to attack the Dionysian soldiers with javelins when they waded into the water to disembark. However, when these warships approached the beach, they stopped moving and did not move for a while. Dorio's was puzzled when he suddenly saw small black dots flying out of the warships. By the time he saw that these small black dots were large round stones, they had already smashed down from midair. Some fell into the sea in front, setting off water columns that soared into the sky, and some fell on the beach behind, causing sand and soil to splatter in all directions. Although no one was killed or injured, the momentum of these people caused a commotion in the team, especially the black rogues. Ballista! A word popped up in Dorio's mind. Even though this weapon had never been used in a war in Greece, the Spartans, who had been paying attention to the western Mediterranean, weren't completely clueless about it. Agesilaus had once made a suggestion to the Elder Council, hoping to create such a powerful siege weapon. The Elder Council had also agreed to his suggestion, but a city-state that had no other professions other than warriors and was passionate about military training but abandoned science art, and entertainment did not have the technology to create such a weapon. The Sparta people also wanted to secretly ask the people of Syracuse for guidance. But unfortunately, after the war in southern Italy, Dionia captured the entire team of engineers of Syracuse and completely took them for themselves, causing Syracuse to lose this technology. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Dorio's never thought that he would witness the legendary ballista in such a special occasion. For a moment, he did not know how to deal with it. At this moment, another round of stone bullets was launched. Only one of the dozens of stone bullets hit the target on the shore. After all, the warship moved along with the waves, and it was difficult for the ballista to aim accurately. However, the effect of this stone bullet was very obvious. It smashed the head of one of the black rogues into a bloody mess, causing the surrounding black rogues to turn around and flee in terror. Dorio's hurriedly ordered the Sparta warriors to slaughter the first black rock that ran away. Only then did the rest of the slaves manage to maintain their formation. Not long after, the sound of bugles could be heard from the sea. The hundreds of transport ships that were originally docked behind the warship began to move against the receding tide. The Dionysian army had begun to disembark. The transport ship that Max was on was heading towards the direction of the enemy on the shore. He had once landed on the coast of Africa and the coast of Mountain Gaul, so he was no stranger to landing on land. However, this was the first time that he was intercepted by the enemy. Therefore, he did not follow the previous two methods of asking the soldiers to help the sailors row the ship so that the ship could reach the shore faster. Instead, he asked the sailors to put on their armor and weapons as soon as possible and sit quietly on the ship to conserve their energy. The transport ship was moving forward in the tide at a slow speed. This was actually a good opportunity for the Sparta army on the shore, but unfortunately the Dionysian army came too suddenly. Sparta did not have archers, and they did not have time to recruit archers from their allies. Therefore, they could not fire arrows at the transport ship. The transport ship finally ran aground near the beach, less than 100 meters away from the Sparta army on the shore. Just as Max urged the soldiers to quickly disembark, the Sparta warriors on the shore also ordered the Black Rock with javelins to attack the enemy that had not yet landed on the shore. The Black Rock soldiers waded forward in fear, paying more attention to the stone bullets whizzing past in the sky. Max led the soldiers into the waist-deep sea one after another. He did not rush to the shore. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to gather together while observing the positions of the other battleships on the left and right sides. Advance! Under his command, the 50 soldiers waded through the water in a loose but unbroken formation. Then he saw the Black Rock javelins running from the shore. "Raise your shields!" As soon as he shouted, the soldiers had already raised their long shields diagonally and blocked in front of them. The Black Rock soldiers, who lacked military training, hurriedly threw their javelins at the approaching Dionia soldiers without any accuracy or strength. They did not pose any danger to the Dionia soldiers at all. On the contrary, after wading forward for a distance, the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia also threw their javelins with all their might. Immediately, many Black Rock soldiers were hit and fell into the water. The other Black Rock soldiers were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. After the immediate threat in front of them was eliminated, the soldiers led by Max slowed down their advance. They moved closer to the surrounding units and gradually formed a line. Dorio's, who was on the shore, originally thought that after the ships of Dionia soldiers jumped into the sea, they would speed up and rush to the shore. Their strength would definitely be dispersed, which would be advantageous for him to concentrate his troops and defeat them one by one. However, he did not expect the Dionia soldiers to be so steady and experienced. They gradually formed a formation while wading forward slowly, and the formation was constantly getting thicker and longer. Dorio's turned his head to look at both sides. There were already countless Dionia soldiers on the beach in the distance and began to surround them. Dorio's felt nervous, but he only hesitated for a moment before making a firm decision. "Quick, retreat! Retreat!" Although some of the Sparta soldiers were unwilling, they were known for their discipline. As soon as the order was given, all the soldiers quickly began to retreat, and the Black Rock soldiers scattered. Max and the soldiers were originally looking forward to a fierce battle with the Sparta army on the beach. They did not expect the enemy in front of them to run away before the battle even started. Were these really the Sparta soldiers who dominated Greece? To prevent any tricks, although the soldiers moved forward faster, they still maintained a complete formation. However, under the command of the team officer, they began to shout in unison, "Myrcinians, you are free!" Leotychides set foot on the land of Myrcinia indifferently, but his mood was a little complicated. He was no stranger to this land. When he was young, he had received military training here. He had also killed Black Rock soldiers like they were wild beasts during his coming-of-age ceremony. He had also been stationed in Pylos for a period of time. He originally thought that he had forgotten these memories, but the moment he set foot on the beach, these memories kept popping up. Leotychides and dozens of guards walked forward slowly, step by step on the soft sand. Tisias and Ionicus, who were originally beside him, had long disappeared. They were anxious to appease and persuade the Black Rock soldiers to surrender. An officer with a purple tassel on top of his helmet ran towards Leotychides and gave him a military salute. "Adoris, how was the battle?" Even in the face of the adopted son of the king of Devers, Leotychides' expression was still as indifferent as he was to other officers. Adoris replied with some frustration, "They say that the Sparta people are the bravest warriors in Greece. I think that's a lie. They are as timid as rabbits. They ran away before the battle even started, and they ran very fast. Before we could surround them, they had already fled into the mountains in the east. If only the cavalry could attack. Leads told me that their horses have been on the ship for a few days and are not in good condition. They need to rest for a few days before they can go into battle. Otherwise there will be problems," Leotychides said calmly. "It seems that you have gained nothing this time." When we chased them to the Sparta camp, there was a Sparta officer and a few warriors guarding the door. At this point, Attilus's face became more solemn. They asked to fight with our soldiers alone. They even injured a few of us. In the end, we killed the few Sparta warriors and captured the officer. Leotychides did not care much about such trivial matters. Instead, he asked, "How is the condition of the Sparta camp?" Adoris immediately understood what he meant and replied, "It's very intact. There is no damage. However, the area is not too big. It can barely accommodate a legion." Leotychides looked at the sky and looked around. There were naked black Rus obediently following behind the Dionia soldiers. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he replied, "Mucilu immediately informed Sicerion that the battle has ended. Let him lead all the warships to dock at the beach and build a camp. I will send soldiers of the 4th and Legio 6 to assist them." Chapter 1150. Also, send someone to inform Tygia. Ask him to lead the people from Tyndaris to persuade and mobilize as many black rogues as possible to help us unload the cargo from the ships. Muciger received the order and left. Leotychides then said to Adoris, "Go and inform the soldiers of the 1st Legion to stop pursuing the enemy and to stop marching north. Immediately gather at the Sparta camp and seize the time to expand the camp. Also, where did the Sparta soldiers escape into the mountains? Send 2 soldiers to take me there." Leotychides could roughly guess where the Sparta soldiers might have escaped from, but he still needed to confirm it with his own eyes in order to prepare the defensive arrangements. Having witnessed the power of the Dionysian army's ballistae, Dorio's realized that even if he retreated to the camp, he would not be able to defend for long. Due to the constant invasion of foreign enemies, the Sparta camp in Messenia was not well equipped and was rather crude. Therefore, he decisively issued 2 more orders. First, he handed over the command of the army to his adjutant and ordered him to lead the soldiers to retreat to the Lagonda Pass in the Tegidos Mountains. This was to preserve as much as possible the 400-strong Sparta army of Sparta soldiers. Second, he sent a messenger to the city of Pylos on the west coast to inform the soldiers in the city that the Daionia army had landed in Messenia and ordered them to abandon the small city and retreat to the north as soon as possible. Dorio's, on the other hand, decided to stay. Even if he died at the gate of the camp, he would not want to escape. He knew that, although the enemy was strong and retreating was completely reasonable, the loss of Messenia was definitely a big deal for the Sparta people. The resentment and rumors of the people would always surround him. As a former member of the King's Guard and a veteran of more than 20 years, he did not want his honor to be slandered. Unfortunately, he only managed to kill one Daionia soldier before he was stabbed in the thigh by the enemy and became a captive. Despicable Daionia. At this moment, he was carried by 2 soldiers into the tent. Under the candlelight in the tent, he saw a Daionia general in black armor sitting in front of him. He had short hair and no beard. It was said that the Daionia people had a strange habit of not growing their hair, but judging from his appearance, he was not younger than 50 years old. Sparta, tell me, how many soldiers do you have in Messenia? How many of them are Sparta warriors? Leotychides asked coldly. Dorio's didn't answer. He just stared at Leotydes' face and couldn't help but take a few steps forward. The guards on both sides immediately pulled him back and shouted, "The commander is asking you a question. Hurry up and answer." Dorio struggled to break free from the soldier's grip and shouted excitedly, "Leotychides? You are Leotychides." Leotychides was shocked. He thought that after leaving Sparta for so many years, he had changed a lot, and most of the Sparta people who were familiar with him had either passed away or retired. They would not be able to recognize him on the battlefield. He did not expect that his identity would be exposed as soon as he set foot on the land of Peloponnesus. Muciger immediately shouted, "This is the commander of the Dionysian army, Persosus. He once led the army to defeat Carthage's army, captured Syracuse, and conquered Gaul. He is the famous and ever-victorious general of the kingdom of Daionia. Man of Sparta, stop your nonsense and answer the general's questions truthfully. If you perform well, we will consider letting you go back to Sparta." He really is Leotychides, the son of the former king of Sparta, Arsus. Dorio's was still stubbornly pointing at the general of Daionia in front of him and said loudly, "I will never mistake him for someone else. The scar on his chin was left by the alpha wolf when we were sent by our instructor to hunt a wild wolf. If it wasn't for me, he would have been bitten to death by the wolf." Dorio's words were so convincing that the others in the tent subconsciously looked at Leotychides. Indeed, Persosus did have a rather obvious slender scar on his chin. If Leotychides had grown a beard and tied up his hair, Dorio's would not be too sure. But now, other than the wrinkles on his face, Leotychides did not look much different from when he was young. With the continuous reform of the regime in Sparta over the past few decades, the power of the king was almost gone. But other than the right to command the army, there was another right that had never been taken away. That was, the princes did not have to participate in the cruel military training since young. Otherwise, babies like Agesilaus, who was born with a foot problem, would have been thrown into the valley. But Leotychides was one of the few royals who volunteered to participate in Agesilaus training. Naturally, he received a lot of attention from the other Sparta youths in the military camp. Leotychides, on the other hand, rarely paid attention to other people. It was just that the wolf kiss that almost killed him left a deep impression in his memory. So even though the Sparta man in front of him was dirty and covered in blood, he could roughly guess who he was. This world is so small. Leotychides sighed in his heart. Then he said in a deep voice, "Leave this captive. All of you are dismissed." Muciger stared at Leotychides. Seeing his calm and determined expression, he opened his mouth, but did not say anything in the end. Instead, he turned around and left the tent. 2 guards were a little hesitant. "Commander, it's too dangerous to leave this Sparta man alone in the tent. Do you think I'm afraid of an injured Sparta man? Get out." Leotychides said firmly. The guards obediently left, leaving only Leotychides and Dorieus in the tent. The two looked at each other. After a while, Leotychides broke the silence. He pointed at the wooden stool beside him and said, "Have a seat." Dorieus did not hesitate. He dragged his injured left leg and sat on the stool. "I didn't expect to meet you here, Dorieus," Leotychides said slowly. "I also didn't expect that the Prince of Sparta would become the general of Dionia." Dorieus sighed with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Why not? Agesilaus became the king. If I didn't escape from Sparta, would I want to stay in Sparta and be constantly accused of being a bastard? Then, like my mother, suffer injustice and commit suicide?" Leotychides' voice was trembling. He was emotional, which was rare for him. At that time, other than Dionia, which dared to oppose Sparta, the other city-states were either allies of Sparta or subordinates of Sparta. I didn't have many choices, but now it seems that my choice was right. That's why I'm here today. You've made the right choice. Dorieus heard this and immediately became angry. Without a declaration of war, Dionia attacked the precious property left to us by our ancestors, Messenia. This is completely untrustworthy. Do you know how much trouble Sparta will suffer if we lose Messenia? How many people will lose their noble citizenship and become lowly people after losing Messenia? Just because you have a grudge against King Agesilaus, you are willing to harm all the people of Sparta. Don't forget that you are also a citizen of Sparta. Leotychides knocked on the table with his hand and said calmly, "I am now a citizen of Dionia. The decision to attack Messenia was not made by me. It was an order from His Majesty the Devers. Besides, it was Sparta that did not keep its word. It was you who ended the peace treaty early, so that Thebes could have the chance to ally with us, Dionia. Now you have violated the Callias Treaty and led troops to attack Thebes again. Of course, Dionia has to honor the treaty. But Thebes have signed a truce with us, Sparta!" Dorieus roared. "There have been rumors of this in Dionia, but Thebes did not send any messengers to inform us. Moreover, Dionia is so far away from Greece that it is impossible to confirm whether the rumors are true or not. So, the plan of attack has not changed. Besides, there are some citizens of Dionia who were born in Messenia. His Majesty the Devers had promised them that he would restore Messenia's independence. Today he has fulfilled his promise," Leotychides said casually. "So, Dionia has decided to become the enemy of Sparta?" Dorieus said fiercely. "Don't think that just because Dionia is the ruler of the Western Mediterranean that it is invincible. It is only because of your undeclared war that we were unprepared, that you were lucky enough to succeed. But soon we, Sparta, will gather our army and recapture Messenia. When that time comes, I am afraid that it will be the soldiers of Dionia who will become prisoners of Sparta. If Sparta really sends an army to fight for Messenia, that would be the best." Leotychides' tone was heavy. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he looked at Dorieus. "In fact, even if you don't say it, we are well aware of the current situation of Sparta. There are no more than 500 Sparta warriors stationed in Messenia, and all the Sparta warriors add up to less than 2,000. Therefore, these elders passed a resolution to grant some Pariasi and a few black rogues as Sparta citizens, but they are not given any land. In fact, their status is still low, and they do not have a strong desire to fight. They even have conflicts with the Sparta warriors also. The years of nonstop fighting have made many Sparta warriors unable to supervise the work of their black rogues, and thus unable to pay enough taxes. Thus, they are deprived of the right to eat public meals. In fact, they have become lowly people. They must have deep resentment in their hearts. I think the current situation of Sparta is probably worse than when they hunted down Gendon." Chapter 1151. Dorieus' expression changed drastically when he heard this. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. "We have the support of Persia," Leotychides sneered. "What an irony! I remember when we first joined the army for training. Our goal was to defeat Athens and Persia. I didn't expect the Sparta warriors to be proud of being a vassal of Persia. Dorius' face turned red, and he was speechless. Since you saved my life, I'll let you go back to Sparta tomorrow. Tell Hegemon and the Council of Elders what I said before. Let them understand why Dionia sent troops to Messenia. At the same time, tell Hegemon. Leotychides stood up and said in a powerful voice, I, Leotychides, will wait for him in Messenia. Guards! The guards entered the tent. Dorius was still shouting, Leotychides, no matter what, you are the Prince of Sparta. Your ancestors led the people of Sparta to create the glory of Sparta. Do you really have the heart to destroy the motherland that gave birth to you and raised you? Leotychides answered without hesitation, the current Sparta will only be destroyed under the rule of Hegemon, the Council of Elders, and the censors. Only under the rule of Dionia will Sparta be reborn. After that, Leotychides waved his hand, take him away. After returning to his tent, Mukru did not rest. The news that Leotychides was most likely a Sparta made him uneasy. Although he had worked with Leotychides for many years and had a deep friendship, after a series of mental struggles, he still decided to report to the military judge. Just as he was about to leave the tent, the guards came to inform him that Commander Prosos wanted to see him immediately. Mukru hurried into the tent. As soon as he saw Leotychides, he asked, Commander, are you really a Sparta? And a Prince of Sparta at that? That's right. I'm the only son of the former king of Sparta, Agesilaus. My original name is Leotychides. The commander of the Dionia Expeditionary Army looked at Mukru calmly and said with a serious expression, After my father died of illness, my uncle Agesilaus used a trick to seize the throne and suppressed me. He even forced my mother to commit suicide. I had no choice but to escape from Sparta and come to Dionia. Considering my special identity, and to avoid being hunted down by Sparta, I decided to hide my identity. After accepting this military mission, Leotychides had already considered the possibility of exposing his true identity. He was already mentally prepared for this, which was why he spoke so calmly. Mukru heaved a sigh of relief, but he was still a little worried. Commander, Sparta is your mother country after all. When our army fights with Sparta's army, or when we attack Sparta's territory, can you really give orders calmly without any interference? Leotychides replied impatiently, I've already said that I'm a citizen of Dionia. Sparta is now our enemy. I will not show mercy on the battlefield. Mukru nodded, but he was still a little worried. I'm worried that the morale of the soldiers will be affected if they know about this. I'll need you, the staff officer, to help me out a little more. But you don't have to worry too much. Once I lead my army and fight with Sparta again, all doubts will be eliminated, said Leotychides meaningfully. In the past, the Dionysian army had an adjutant who was responsible for assisting the military commander. In recent years, the Dionysian army had undergone a new reform. The adjutant was abolished and a new advisor was added. This increase and decrease did not change much in terms of numbers, but there was a significant change in the responsibilities. The advisor was appointed by the staff department of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Not only did he have to assist the military commander in handling various military affairs, he also had the right to make suggestions and supervise the military commander. Also, if the military commander was injured or unable to take command due to other reasons, he also had the right to temporarily take command. All right, leave this matter to me, Mukru replied seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent was pushed open. Tiltotus barged in and said anxiously, Father, I heard that you're a citizen of Sparta? Is this true? Mukru immediately gave Leotychides a look, which meant, Look, the news has already spread. Where did you hear this news? Asked Leotychides with a serious expression. That Sparta prisoner has been shouting loudly, and many soldiers heard it. Is this true? After realizing that Dorios was deliberately trying to disrupt the morale of the army, Leotychides' face darkened. He immediately called the guards and gave an order. Beat Dorios up, then gag his mouth. Seeing that Leotychides was explaining the situation to his son, Mukru quietly walked out of the tent. After receiving the news, several commanders, military judges, and Tisias visited Leotychides one after another. They all wanted to ask Leotychides if the rumor was true. Leotychides did not speak as much in the past year as he did in the past 2 days. Naturally, he was not in a good mood. Although the news that Commander Procas might be a prince of Sparta caused a commotion in the army, it did not affect the various departments of the expeditionary army to carry out their work as planned after the occupation of Messenia. Although Sparta had evacuated from the Messenian plains, a small number of them were hiding in the mountains in the north. The garrison of Pylos decisively retreated to the northern border of Messenia after receiving the news, and some of them were hiding in the pass fortress of Mount Taygetos. Unwilling to accept defeat, they began to raid the Daionia army last night. The 3 well-trained legions and the 1st Flotilla infantry were well guarded and did not suffer too many losses. After another day, Leotychides, who had temporarily gotten rid of the rumor, issued a new order. Legio 6 was to go to the northern border, build a defensive camp, and protect the safety of the territory. Legio 4 was to build a camp outside the pass of Mount Taygetos to block the shortcut of Sparta to Messenia. Tisias and other Daionia citizens of Messenia took a small number of soldiers and traveled through the villages of Messenia, killing or capturing Sparta sheriffs and other Sparta people. They constantly announced to the black rogues that the Sparta people have been driven out of Messenia by the Dionysian army, and they have regained their freedom. Then they enthusiastically talked about their compatriots, conveyed the goodwill of the kingdom of Daionia, and encouraged them to bravely rise up and build their own city-state. At the same time, they also distributed food and supplies looted from Sparta to these poor black rogues. Along with this team were the medical personnel of the legion, who took the initiative to treat the sick black rogues. The black rogues, who were treated like cattle and sheep by the Sparta people since birth, had never enjoyed such kindness. They were all moved to tears, and the sound of crying could be heard everywhere. They firmly remembered the name Daionia in their hearts. Most of the black rogues did not receive any education. They worked in the fields all their lives, and it was impossible for them to participate in the governance of a city-state. However, because of the small population of Sparta and the frequent wars in the past few decades, there were not enough people to manage Messenia. Therefore, they appointed a few Messenians as the village leaders of each village. Other than paying less taxes and having more freedom, they had no other rights. They were regularly hunted by young Sparta warriors, and their deaths were in vain. If the harvest of the whole village was not good, and the taxes were insufficient, these village leaders would be severely punished. The lightest punishment would be beatings. Sparta's punishment was famous throughout Greece for being extremely heavy, and there were often people who were beaten to death or maimed. It was the same for their allies, so many Greeks openly said that the Sparta people were cruel and barbaric, and the more serious punishment would be having their hands and feet chopped off. Therefore, they lived in fear. But because of this, they had good management skills. Tisias gathered them together and invited them to participate in the construction and governance of a new Messenia. They were all overjoyed. Of course, the future leadership of Messenia would mainly be held by these citizens from Daionia. When the Devers summoned them for negotiations, they specially gave them an order. Those who stayed in Messenia were allowed to retain their citizenship of Daionia. According to the laws of Daionia, dual nationality was not allowed. The reason why this group of people was made an exception was because the Devers considered that after defeating Sparta and conquering Messenia, they could not incorporate this region into the kingdom of Daionia for the time being. Otherwise, it would cause the entire Greek population to be united against a common enemy. Therefore, they allowed the Messenians to govern themselves, fully rely on Daionia, and become an important support force for Daionia in Greece. Therefore, this group of people was key. They would become the future pillars of Messenia's leadership, so it was very important to retain their citizenship of Daionia and keep them loyal to the kingdom of Daionia. These people, led by Tisias, also knew that time was running out. The news of Messenia regaining its independence would soon spread throughout Greece, and the exiles might return here one after another. They had to form a government as soon as possible and create a stable political system so that the latecomers could only follow their lead. In fact, the system of government of New Messenia had long been formulated in the royal palace of Daionia. Daionia citizens of Messenia and the village chiefs of Helos would form the Messenian Council, a total of 223 people, known as the Council of 300, with 65% of Daionia citizens, which would be responsible for the formulation of laws, diplomacy, war, and other important matters. Then, the council would elect 5 members from the council every year to form the General Executive Committee, which would be responsible for the internal affairs of the city and leading the troops in battle. Chapter 1152. These village chiefs were already grateful to Daionia for being able to gain their freedom. Now that they could also become the higher-ups of this new city-state, they were overjoyed and did not have any other considerations. Not only did they agree to all the suggestions from their fellow Daionia compatriots, but they also took the initiative to propose that the candidates for the Council of Generals should be from Daionia, as they were more knowledgeable and had more experience in governing a country. Of course, the people from Daionia did not refuse. 5 generals were quickly selected, and Tisius, a senator of the kingdom of Daionia, became the chief. Ionicus watched all this from the sidelines. Although he could see some clues, he did not dare to make trouble. He had witnessed Daionia's unusually strong military power, whether it was the navy or the army, and even its complete military logistics, which made him realize the horror of this kingdom from the western Mediterranean. Unexpectedly, Tisius quickly found him and made it clear that as long as he was willing to join Messenia, there would be a seat for him in the council. Ionicus thought for a while and finally agreed. Although he grew up in Elis, he did not have much influence in the council and had never held an important position. The reason was known to everyone, but it was not said out loud. He was a Messenian immigrant. However, he also put forward a condition. He hoped to bring a few Messenian immigrants from Elis who he had a good relationship with to join the new city-state and become a member of the council. Tisius agreed. Ionicus immediately applied for a fast ship from the first flotilla and hurried back to Elis. The new Messenian government, headed by Tisius, continued to promulgate laws in full swing. All the Hercules in Messenia would not only be free, but they would also become citizens of New Messenia and would be given land. With the assistance of the village chiefs, the councillors from Daionia would confirm and register the population and land of each village for subsequent distribution. In order to protect this hard-won freedom and independence, the citizens of New Messenia must receive strict training from the soldiers of Daionia in order to defend their city-state when the Sparta army attacked. New Messenia must also have its own city. The council quickly made a decision to rebuild the city of Messenia as the center of the new city-state. Other than that, no other cities would be built so that the citizens could be more united. Thus, it was the turn of the soldiers of the First Daionia Legion. They would lead the new citizens of Messenia to expand the former Sparta barracks into a town. A Greek city-state also needed a patron god. The original patron god of the Messenians was Zeus, but Tigia and the others easily convinced the village chiefs not to believe in him. This was because the Messenians had lost 3 wars in the past, which meant that Zeus did not bless them at all. Out of gratitude and trust to Daionia, the citizens of New Messenia finally decided to ask Hades for protection. At the same time, the council also decided to erect statues of the heroes Aristodemus and Aristomenes, who had once led the people against Sparta. The council also decided to send messengers to the city-states of the Peloponnesus Peninsula to inform them of the independence of Messenia in order to gain their support. Of course, Sparta was not one of them. The Messenian plains were filled with a joyous atmosphere, but the territory of Sparta across the Taygetos mountains was gloomy. The defeat of Leuctra had not yet affected Sparta, but now an even greater disaster had suddenly befallen them. Messenia had been taken away. Messenia was extremely important to Sparta. 60% of the entire city-state's agricultural output came from there. Half of Sparta's land was also there. In addition, more than half of Sparta's labor came from Messenia. Without Messenia, Sparta's strength would be reduced by at least half. However, When the news of Messenia's capture came, the vengeful Sparta did not immediately organize an army to attack Messenia as usual, because Sparta was now in a precarious situation. Previously, Sparta was determined to send troops to attack the Mandinia-led Arcadia Union, but only a small number of Peloponnesos's allies responded to the call. So, until now, the coalition army to attack the Arcadia Union had not been formed, and there was a huge shortage of military supplies. In such a terrible situation, Sparta did not have the strength to fight against the stronger Dionysian army. In the Elder Council, the censor and the elders all cursed Dionia's treachery, but there was nothing they could do about the predicament Sparta was facing. Agesilaus, who attended the meeting despite his illness, was also furious. He scolded them for being short-sighted. They knew that Dionia had been hostile to Sparta for a long time, but they still did not listen to his advice and ended the friendly agreement with Dionia prematurely. As a result, the Thebes took the opportunity to form an alliance with Dionia, causing the Devers' threat to Sparta to come true. Messenia was captured more than a decade ago. Some elders refuted, pointing out that Agesilaus was also an active promoter of Sparta's seeking support from Persia and ending the war with the Thebes as soon as possible. Agesilaus should understand that if Sparta did not break off relations with Dionia, they would definitely not be able to gain the trust of the king of Persia. The Elder Council finally made this decision because they had no other choice. Other than the censor, the elders were all old and would not waste their energy on meaningless curses and arguments. It did not take long for everyone to calm down and discuss how to solve the huge threat that Sparta was facing. As the city-state in Greece that had the most dealings with Dionia, they more or less knew the strength of the kingdom on the Italian peninsula. They did not think that the current Sparta could fight against it. Naturally, they turned their eyes to Persia for help. Therefore, the envoy of Persia, Datis, who was still in the city, was invited to the meeting. When Datis heard the news that Dionia had sent troops to attack Messenia, he felt nervous. Instead of being arrogant, he was very proactive. After all, he had come to Sparta with a mission. Now he had failed to realize the plan of Sparta to unite all the city-states in Greece. Instead, Dionia invaded Peloponnesus prematurely. This was very likely to ruin the strategic plan of the king of Persia. Therefore, he had to work hard to salvage the situation. First, Datis comforted the people of Sparta not to be too nervous. A large amount of food supplies and 50 Italian Daleks were on the way from Persia. He also promised to ask the king of Persia to donate more gold and silver to Sparta. At the same time, he would allow Sparta to recruit soldiers in Asia Minor, so that it could build a large army as soon as possible to defeat the incoming Dionysian army. The Battle of Leuctra had shaken Sparta's hegemony. Coupled with the establishment of the Arcadia Union, most of the allies of Sparta were not as active as before. Therefore, the people of Sparta had to recruit soldiers in Macedonia, Thrace, Ionia, and Asia Minor, which obviously cost money. The censor and elders calmed down a little, but they soon discovered the biggest problem. Recruiting soldiers and building an army required time, and now the Dionysian army was west of Mount Taygetos. They could invade Sparta's territory at any time. Agesilaus analyzed the situation seriously. If the Dionysian army wanted to attack Sparta, they had 3 options. The first option was to take the middle route and cross Mount Taygetos. However, Mount Taygetos was steep and controlled by the Dionysian army. The second option was to take the northern route and cross Arcadia region to invade Sparta. However, the cities in Arcadia region had never had any dealings with Dionia. Now that they had formed an alliance, they would not easily allow a large foreign army to pass through their territory. The third option was to take the southern route and allow the army to enter Lagania Bay and land on the coast of Sparta. According to the information obtained from the defeated warriors of Messenia, Dionia had many transport ships, and their army was fast and fierce. This route was the biggest threat to Sparta. Everyone agreed that Agesilaus was right. After some discussion, the Council of Elders finally made a decision to temporarily suspend the military action against the Arcadia alliance and send envoys to express their goodwill. At the same time, they urgently mobilized the territory's military, strengthened the defense of the coast, and quickly built facilities to prevent landing. They also recruited the young Pariasis and Helioshi in the territory into the army. Moreover, the Council of Elders specifically passed a resolution to deal with the Helioist soldiers. Only the Helioist soldiers who performed well in the war would be granted freedom. Agesilaus also requested Datis, the envoy of Persia, that Persia could send a fleet to help Sparta defend Lagania Bay. Datis agreed and promised to convey Sparta's request to the king of Persia. In addition, the Council of Elders also decided to send an envoy to Messenia. In addition to taking the opportunity to find out the next move of the Dionysian army, the main purpose was to delay the attack of Dionia as much as possible under the guise of a discussion, so as to buy time for Sparta to build an army. This important meeting that concerned the life and death of Sparta only ended in the afternoon. Agesilaus dragged his tired body home and immediately summoned Xenophon, who had been waiting in his mansion. He briefly told him the contents of the previous meeting. That night, Xenophon received the news that the Dionysian army had landed on the coast of Elis. He felt very uneasy and rode to Sparta at dawn. Unfortunately, he lived far away from Sparta. When he arrived at Agesilaus' mansion, Sparta had already received the news that the huge fleet of Dionia had invaded Lagania Bay. However, before Sparta could send reinforcements, the Dionysian army had already landed on the coast of Lagania Bay. Chapter 1153. When Sparta faced a crisis, Xenophon chose to stay. At this moment, he was a little surprised to hear Agesilaus' words. "You want me to be the messenger to Messenia?" "This is my suggestion, and the other elders have also expressed their agreement," Agesilaus said solemnly. "It can be seen that everyone agrees that in such a difficult situation, only you can perform the duties of a messenger." Xenophon did not feel proud of this. Instead, he looked ashamed. "But the last time I went to Turiae, the results were not good. Dionia still declared war on Sparta. It's not your fault." Agesilaus comforted him, then said in a low voice, "Ever since we announced the end of the friendly agreement with Dionia appeared to be peaceful. There were no abnormalities. It was only when the Thebes took the initiative to form an alliance that Dionia had the intention to send troops to Peloponnesus." "Of course," Agesilaus sighed and said with a heavy heart, "if we could defeat the Thebes in Leuctra, perhaps Dionia would not have sent troops to invade Messenia. When a lion falls ill, even wild dogs will come to bully it. Moreover, Dionia is a terrifying beast. Sigh, I should have taken the initiative to ask for the right to command the army." Xenophon knew that the crushing defeat in the Battle of Leuctra had a huge impact on Sparta. Many people resented Cleombrotus for his incompetence. The elder council had not held a funeral for him until now, and naturally had not chosen a new king from the Eulopontides' royal family. Of course, this had to do with the urgency of the situation and the lack of time. Since it has already happened, there is no point in regretting it. We must face reality and do our best to solve the current crisis. Don't worry, I will also do my best to complete this mission. In order to comfort the depressed Agesilaus, Xenophon immediately made a promise. At the same time, he said with a serious expression, "You and I both know that the kingdom of Dionia is powerful. The last time I went to Turiae, it gave me a great shock. Even if we can finally defeat the Dionysian army this time and recapture Messenia, Sparta is not far from Dionia. Dionia is fully capable of sending troops to invade Peloponnesus. Does Sparta want to keep fighting with Dionia? Even with Persia's support, I'm afraid Sparta will not be able to bear it." Agesilaus stroked his forehead with great effort. After a while, he said in a low voice, "For Sparta, the most important thing now is to get through the current crisis. There is no time to think about the future." Xenophon was stunned. He looked at Agesilaus, who was half lying on the wooden chair. He realized that the wrinkled face of this king, who had been fighting for half his life, looked especially old at this moment. There was also a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Xenophon suddenly realized that Agesilaus whom he had always thought was wise and farsighted, also felt helpless against the invasion of the Dionysian army. He hesitated for a while, and finally mustered up the courage to suggest that Agesilaus should seriously consider making peace with Myrsinia after defeating the Dionysian army. But at this moment, Archidamus walked into the living room. "Father, the elder council has invited you for a meeting." "I just came back from the meeting." "Why is there a meeting again?" Agesilaus was stunned. "Dorieus is back. He said he brought important information." "Dorieus did not die in battle." Agesilaus was surprised. According to the soldiers who had retreated, Dorieus had the intention to die in battle, so he stayed in Myrsinia alone. How was he still alive? "I heard that he was released by the Dionia." Archidamus had a look of disdain on his face. Like most of the Sparta soldiers, he was furious that Dorieus did not lead the soldiers to fight the enemy to the death, but instead ordered the army to abandon Myrsinia. However, Dorieus bravely chose to stay, which reduced their anger slightly. But now that they knew that Dorieus did not die in battle and had become a prisoner of the Dionia, they were even more disdainful of him. Agesilaus had once expressed his approval of Dorieus's actions. In a situation where the enemy was too strong and unprepared, it required great courage and wisdom to dare to abandon Myrsinia to preserve their strength instead of fighting head-on. So he had once regretted that Dorieus ultimately chose to die in battle. "Quick, bring me my wooden staff," Agesilaus said immediately, at the same time struggling to stand up. "Father, you don't have to be too anxious. They will wait patiently for you to reach the meeting." Archidamus quickly went forward to support him. Agesilaus wanted to reach the meeting as soon as possible to protect Dorieus and avoid the censors' criticism and punishment. After all, these young censors who were born as ordinary citizens were not as mature and prudent as the elders, and they were too radical in their actions. With Agesilaus' current physical condition, it might be better to travel in a sedan chair, but in Sparta, where everyone worshipped martial arts, there was no habit of taking a sedan chair at all. Fortunately, Agesilaus' mansion was not far from the meeting. With his son's help, he hobbled to the meeting. They met many Spartans along the way, and they all greeted the respected king. Most of them asked Agesilaus anxiously, "When are we going to gather the citizens, attack Messenia, and chase away the enemies there?" Even though they already knew that the Dionysian army in Myrsinia had a large number of people, most of them, including the elderly and women, were not afraid. Instead, they were full of fighting spirit. However, even though the people were agitated after hearing Agesilaus' perfunctory words, although they were somewhat dissatisfied, they did not pester him endlessly. They were not like the other city-states, where the citizens gathered to protest at the council whenever something major happened. Before Agesilaus stepped into the meeting, he heard the censor's angry reprimand. "You're quibbling. The fact that there are too many Dionia soldiers on land is not a reason for you to retreat without a fight. Why don't you learn from Bernarda?" When the people of Athens landed in Myrsinia, even though the number of soldiers he led was far less than the opponent, he still chose to fight without hesitation, and in the end he won. Compared to him, not only are you weak, but you're also useless. I don't know how you were selected into the king's guards. Agesilaus hurriedly walked in, and the moment he stepped into the meeting, he immediately felt the atmosphere was a little strange. The meeting suddenly became quiet, and both the elders and censors focused their attention on him, and their gazes were very strange. "What did you say?" "The commander of the Dionysian army in Myrsinia is Leotychides." After listening to Dorieus, Agesilaus shouted in disbelief. Looking at King Agesilaus, who rarely lost his composure, Dorieus said with a deep voice, "Even though the Dionia soldiers call him Prososus, he is indeed Leotychides. I've been training with him since I was young. I would never mistake him, and he admitted it himself. Prososus." Agesilaus was a little absent-minded. He now knew why everyone in the meeting had a strange expression. According to what we know, Persosus was once the commander of the 8th Legion of the Kingdom of Dionia. He once led the army in the war between Dionia and Carthage to defeat Carthage many times, and made great contributions to Dionia's victory over Carthage. Therefore, after the war, he became the commander of the 1st Legion, which the people of Dionia claimed to be the strongest army. He also once led the army to conquer the fierce indigenous Gauls of northern Italy, so he was known by the people of Dionia as the most victorious general after the king of Devers and Alexis. I didn't expect him to be a Sparta and the son of Arsis. The one who spoke was Praxides, a nearly 70-year-old Sparta elder who was once the regent of the Eulopontes royal family. In the past, he had always been against Agesilaus, but the defeat of the Leuctra battle had caused many people to complain about the Eulopontes royal family. In the meeting, Praxides was much quieter. It was rare for such a strange thing to make Agesilaus suffer, so he couldn't wait to stand up and speak. With a gloating expression, he said, "Our Eulopontes royal family is not in a good situation, and your Agedi royal family won't be any better. Since Dorios said that this Leotychides grew up in Sparta and only left at the age of 23, he should still have some feelings for our Sparta. I think we can send an emissary to persuade him to take some actions that are beneficial to us." A censor glanced at Agesilaus and suggested, "You are still young and don't understand the situation back then." An elder said, "The citizens of Sparta will not leave their hometown unless they commit a crime and are banished from the city. Leotychides must have escaped from Sparta with extreme resentment. I even think he might have played a big role in Dionia's declaration of war against Sparta." With that, he looked at Agesilaus. "I don't think Leotychides would take the initiative to instigate Dionia to attack Sparta." Dorios looked at Agesilaus and said hesitantly, "But he did tell me personally that he came for revenge." Almost everyone in the meeting would subconsciously consider Agesilaus when discussing this topic. They knew that Leotychides' current situation was closely related to Agesilaus, but no one dared to directly point it out, including Praxides. This had something to do with the great reputation that Agesilaus had built in Sparta over the past few decades. It also had something to do with the fact that Cleombrotus had died in battle and another king had yet to ascend the throne. The people were more reliant on the capable Agesilaus. Chapter 1154. However, Agesilaus had remained silent ever since he found out about this. Some people suggested to change the messenger and send someone close to Leotychides. Some people who understood the situation back then objected, thinking that this would only be counterproductive. Both sides argued endlessly and could not reach a consensus, so they had to temporarily turn to another topic: Dorios' retreat without a fight and his abandonment of Messenia. At this time, Agesilaus spoke up. He supported Dorios, causing Dorios to only be deprived of his right to a communal meal and become a lowly person. On the way home, Agesilaus once again saw the people greeting him, but he had a different feeling in his heart. Back home, he was alone in a room, pondered for a long time, and finally made a decision. In Messenia, the soldiers of the various Dionia legions were busy every day under the leadership of the team officers and engineers, building the city of Messenia, building simple docks, building important defense camps. The helos of this land were quickly organized by the village chiefs of the various villages and rotated to the military camps of Dionia. These Messenian citizens, led by Tisius, registered them and officially announced them as citizens of the new city-state in the name of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia and New Messenia. At the same time, they were allocated land and briefly explained the political system and laws of New Messenia to them. These helos, who had been ordered around by the Sparta since they were young, were confused, but they were very clear about one thing: they were free. They were the masters of this land. After living in darkness for so long, they suddenly saw the light. The helos were extremely grateful to the people of Dionia. At the same time, with the reminder of Tisius and the others, they did not want the happiness that they had just obtained to be snatched away by the people of Sparta, so all of them were filled with boundless energy. They actively participated in the construction of the city of Messenia and other facilities, And in addition to the hard work, they also participated in the military training organized by the soldiers of Dionia. At night, when they returned home, almost all of them were exhausted, but few of them complained of tiredness. The high spirits of the Helots also infected the soldiers of Dionia, so that the whole of Messenia was full of vitality. Leotychides was the only one who felt more and more depressed. Not only did he have to give a detailed explanation to the corps commanders, senior team officers, and even Sicurian, but the rumor that he was the Prince of Sparta had spread throughout the Dionysian army in the past 2 days. Whether he wandered in the camp or went out for inspection, he was faced with strange looks from the soldiers. He learned from his son that the most popular topic among the soldiers was, "Since His Excellency Persosus is the Prince of Sparta, will he lead us to fight against Sparta and destroy them?" Leotychides understood that the whole army was still in good order because of the deterrence of military law and the influence of his illustrious achievements in the past. But if this continued, it would inevitably affect his control of the army, leading to a decline in combat effectiveness. But in a short period of time, he could not show his determination to the soldiers. At this time, he was really a little helpless and regretted being too careless before, so he simply shut himself in and stayed in the big tent. "Commander, there is a small boat coming from the east, saying that it is a messenger from Sparta, asking to see you." The staff officer Mukru walked into the big tent and reported to him, "A messenger from Sparta." Leotychides thought that this was a good opportunity. "Bring him here," informed the corps commanders and the 3 corps commanders to come to the big tent for a discussion. And the military judge. As Leotychides' partner of many years, Mukru heard this and could roughly guess what he wanted to do. So he immediately replied, "Okay." Leotychides was the commander of several corps. According to the military law of Dionia, his tent had to be spacious enough for military meetings. So a staff officer, a military judge, 2 corps commanders, and 24 corps commanders stood together in the tent. There was still a passage in the middle, so it did not seem too crowded. "Report, the messenger from Sparta has arrived." "Let him in." Leotychides sat upright, his face cold and solemn. The generals on both sides also straightened their bodies, but there was more or less a trace of curiosity on their serious faces. The curtain of the tent opened, and a white-haired old man walked in. Not only was his body slightly hunched, his body was very thin, and he was also walking with a limp. The generals were surprised. Sparta actually sent a disabled old man as a messenger. What is the meaning of this? Only Leotychides, who was sitting in the middle, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the person who walked in. The Sparta messenger held a wooden staff in his hand, his eyes also staring straight at Leotychides, and he unconsciously staggered forward. It was not until he was stopped by the guards that he came back to his senses and said in a disappointed tone, "Dorio's is not mistaken. You are indeed my nephew, Leotychides." As soon as he said this, the surrounding generals were shocked. According to the age and appearance of the messenger, some of them quickly came up with an unbelievable answer in their hearts. "You are the king of Sparta, Agesilaus." Olivers could not help but ask aloud. There was a sudden uproar in the military tent. Most of the people present were high-ranking officers of Dionia. According to the usual practice, they would naturally go through the information in the military camp before coming to Greece to fight with Sparta, to strengthen their understanding of Sparta in order to know themselves as well as the enemy. The most mentioned person in the information about Sparta was Agesilaus. This Sparta king had achieved impressive results against Persia and other Greek city-states in his decades of conquest. He was famous in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. At this time, in the eyes of the people present, he was just an old man with a frail body. There was no sign of a Sparta warrior at all. It was no wonder that some Greeks who were hostile to him called him the king of Sparta, who is the least like a Sparta. However, his courage to come alone was indeed admirable. Mukaloo subconsciously looked at Leotychides, only to see the Dionia commander leaning forward with his right elbow on the table and his left hand on his thigh. His body was leaning forward, his face was frighteningly gloomy, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Although Agesilaus' appearance had changed a lot, Leotychide still recognized him at first glance. At that moment, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He could not help but want to rush forward and stab Agesilaus to pacify his decades of hatred. However, the cold temperament that he had developed over the years and his current identity suppressed the impulse in his heart, allowing him to maintain some calmness. He exhaled softly. He wanted to see what this cowardly man who rarely went into battle was planning to do by risking his life to come here. Agesilaus ignored the questions from the people around him. He saw that the person in front of him was gloomy and silent, and his expression gradually became sorrowful. I know that you must have hated me for all these years, thinking that I took away your throne. When your father passed away, I really wanted to become the king of Sparta. I'm similar to you. We were discriminated against by the people since young, so we always wanted to do something to prove ourselves. You broke the tradition of the royal family and participated in Agago's training. But because of my health, Agesilaus patted his broken leg, and his words became more honest. I couldn't fight for glory like a normal Sparta citizen, so I wanted to become the king and command the army to win. At that time, Sparta's situation in Greece wasn't too good. I was confident that I could lead Sparta out of its predicament better than the young and energetic you. So, sigh. Agesilaus let out a long sigh from the bottom of his heart, and his eyes became a little lonely. But Sparta's situation today is worse than back then. It's obvious that I haven't done well all these years. Maybe I was wrong back then, and I shouldn't have fought with you for the throne. Leotychides glared at the sincere king of Sparta. The aggressive, confident, and arrogant image in his mind had now become old and lifeless. He loosened his fist, then clenched it again, and squeezed out a sentence in a cold tone. You forced my mother to her death. Agesilaus did not avoid his nephew's knife-like gaze. He said calmly and painfully, in order to become king, I did use some despicable means, but I never thought that I would force your mother to her death, and also force you to leave. All these years, whenever I think of this, I feel a little sad. Perhaps Sparta's situation today is Zeus's punishment for my sins. As Agesilaus spoke, his whole body slowly squatted down, his right hand supporting himself with the wooden staff. His healthy right leg bent while his left leg dragged behind, and he actually knelt on the ground. Everyone was shocked. The dignified king of Sparta actually knelt in front of everyone. Leotychides was also surprised, but his wooden expression effectively concealed his emotions. Agesilaus' next words were even more shocking. If killing me can eliminate the anger in your heart, I am willing to die by your sword. I only hope that my death can make you no longer hate the Agedi family that gave birth to you and raised you. No longer hate the people of Sparta who have the blood of Hercules flowing in their veins like you. Think about the majestic mountains of Taygetos, the surging rivers of Ordas, the ancient temple of Artemis, the arduous Ago training. That beautiful land was created by the great gods. We, the people of Sparta, have lived there for hundreds of years under the guidance of the gods. Even if it is destroyed one day, it should not be done by you, a pure royal of Sparta, because when you grow old and recall the past, perhaps you will feel pain and regret like me. Chapter 1155. Agesilaus. Leotychide sneered and interrupted him. Is this how you want to stop me from leading the army to attack Sparta? Isn't it too clumsy? As Leotychide spoke, he stood up and walked towards the king of Sparta, who was kneeling on the ground. Agesilaus looked up at his nephew, who was walking towards him with a frosty expression and thunderous footsteps. There was not a trace of panic on his face, but a hint of joy. The Elder Council will send a special envoy to discuss the war between Dionia and Sparta. The reason I came here is because I just heard from Dorios that the famous general of Dionia, Persosus, is actually you. This is the blessing of Zeus. The war has been going on for years, and the men of our family have died in battle one after another. Now, Other than me, only Archidamus is left. Sigh. The noble bloodline of the Agedi family is about to end. And you also know that your brother has not been steady and easily trusting others since he was young. Until now, he has not changed much. He does not have enough ability to lead Sparta out of its current predicament. I have carefully studied your performance in Ionia, and your talent has far surpassed mine. I hope. With a crisp sound, Leotychides pulled out the short sword from his waist and pressed it against Agesilaus' neck. You said that you are willing to use your life to make up for your sins. Leotychides looked down at him as if he was looking at a dead man, and said in a cold tone, I hope you don't regret it. The sharpness of the short sword pierced his heart, and the cold light reflected dazzled his eyes. His body's heartbeat instinctively accelerated, and Agesilaus tried his best to suppress the slight fear in his heart. He straightened his neck, closed his eyes, and said in a serious tone, I was wrong back then, and I want to atone for my sins to your mother and you. After my death, I hope that you can return to Sparta. Before I came here, I have discussed with the censor and the elders. You will inherit the throne that belongs to you. I just hope that you can treat Archidamus well. He is your only silk. Agesilaus gritted his teeth and groaned. His shoulder was cut open by the dagger, and it immediately shocked the people who were watching the show from both sides. The military judge hurriedly shouted, Lord Prosoius, please stop. We can't kill the emissary. Leotychides ignored him and pressed the dagger against Agesilaus' wound. Agesilaus groaned in pain again, his entire body trembling. Stop! The military judge shouted anxiously. If you kill him, you will be violating military law. It also severely damaged the reputation of the kingdom. Hurry up and stop him. Just as the generals were about to charge forward, Leotychides quickly retracted his dagger. With a wave of his hand, a string of blood droplets fell to the ground. He looked down at Agesilaus in disdain. I thought you were really not afraid of death. Agesilaus collapsed to the ground, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There's nothing to talk about with the people of Sparta. Chase him out of the camp. Leotychides walked back to his seat and said calmly, Of course, the people in the tent would not follow this order. Otherwise, if the old king of Sparta died on the way, Ionia would really become the laughingstock of the Mediterranean countries. Therefore, Mucriger immediately ordered the guards to carry Agesilaus to the medical camp. Lord Prososus, I will report this matter truthfully to His Majesty, the military judge said solemnly. Leotychides nodded calmly, then waved his hand and said, The meeting is over. Dismissed. Even if the generals had their own thoughts after watching the show, they wisely left quietly. Only the captain of the First Legion, Adorus, said loudly, Lord Prososus, please don't be tempted by the people of Sparta. Leave us behind and run back to Sparta. In the past, Leotychides could not be bothered to respond to such a stupid topic, even if the person who spoke was special. However, when he saw the people who were about to leave the tent suddenly slowed down and looked at him, he realized that he had to make a statement. Don't worry, I'll be a citizen of Ionia until the day I die. Agesilaus' wound was carefully disinfected and bandaged. After observing him for a while and making sure that he was fine, they escorted him back to the pier by the sea. Other than the crew members, there was also Archidamus, who insisted on accompanying him. At that moment, when he saw his father's upper body was wrapped in white cloth and he looked dispirited, he quickly went forward to support him and asked angrily, Father, you're injured. Did the people of Ionia do this? Agesilaus glared at him and said in a low voice, I'm fine, let's hurry back. Although Agesilaus' tone was weak, he had always been a man of his word at home. So Archidamus could only obey. After he helped his father sit down, he glared at the soldiers of Ionia who were monitoring them from the shore and said with hatred, Shameless people of Ionia, I'll remember this. One day, I'll pay you back in double. Set sail. After the ship left the pier, Agesilaus said, The commander of the people of Dionia is indeed Leotychides, and I was slashed by him, so it was that bastard who did it." Archidamus gritted his teeth and said, "I've said before that he hates our family to the core, so there's no way he'll listen to your advice. This time, I've gained something from this trip." Agesilaus touched the bandage on his shoulder and recalled the previous situation. He muttered, "Leotychides didn't slash me hard. Even though I'm the envoy of Sparta, I feel that what I said had a certain effect on him. Also, when I met him, the military tent was filled with the generals of Dionia. After listening to what I said, I'm afraid they'll have some thoughts about Leotychides. But the final effect will depend on the following situation. If Leotychides can remember the past, or if he has a conflict with his subordinates, or if the king of Dionia is suspicious of him, as long as it can buy us more time, my trip today will be worth it." Archidamus looked at his father's old and haggard face and felt ashamed. Agesilaus did not notice his son's abnormality. He stared at the coast and said with a sigh, "What I hope the most is that the king of Dionia will withdraw Leotychides. After all, he knows the situation of Sparta too well, and he has indeed changed a lot now." The expressionless face appeared in Agesilaus' mind. He touched the bandage on his shoulder subconsciously again. He has always been very calm, so I can't guess what he's thinking. No wonder he has so many victories in the past. If he's our opponent, it'll be very troublesome. "Father," Archidamus immediately said with dissatisfaction, "we'll only know who's more powerful on the battlefield. When we recruit enough soldiers, we'll let the people of Dionia know why we, Sparta, have always been the overlord of Greece." Agesilaus knew very well that his son had always looked down on Leotychides when he was young and often said the word bastard. So there were some things that he did not say out loud. In his heart, he really wanted Leotychides to return to Sparta because the current Sparta was indeed lacking in talents and could not be compared to Thebes and Athens. If Leotychides, who was the leader of both Sparta and Dionia, could return, he might bring some good changes with his support. But Leotychides' indifferent expression from the beginning to the end made it impossible for him to estimate the probability of this wish coming true. He calmed himself down and said seriously, "I took the risk of getting injured this time and gained some benefits. Because the people of Dionia felt guilty, they did not cover my eyes after the meeting, so I was able to observe the situation in the Dionia camp. I've long heard that the medical skills of the kingdom of Dionia are very high, but they actually built a large clinic in the military camp. Not only are there many doctors, but the environment is clean and well equipped. My wound was quickly treated by them, and they used some treatment methods that I've never seen before. Now I feel..." Agesilaus moved his injured arm. "I don't feel any pain now. Instead, I feel a little cool. Very good. Think about it. With such a military clinic as a guarantee, the number of injured soldiers of Dionia dying or becoming disabled will definitely be greatly reduced. Their morale will also be maintained. So after defeating the Dionysian army, we must try our best to capture these doctors of Dionia and make them work for us." Archidamus continued, his face full of greed. As a Sparta warrior who had been fighting for many years, he certainly knew the benefits of having a group of highly skilled doctors. Agesilaus looked at him and continued, "I also saw countless soldiers of Dionia digging trenches and building earthen ramparts around their camp, and they have already built a very long earthen rampart. The people of Dionia are strengthening their defenses. Are they preparing to occupy Messenia for a long time?" Archidamus gasped. "I'm afraid this will be an obstacle for us to recapture Messenia. More importantly, it's not just the soldiers of Dionia who are building the camp. There are also many black rogues. They don't work under the threat of whips, and they seem to be getting along well with the people of Dionia," Agesilaus said with a gloomy expression. Archidamus' expression became solemn, but he also seemed to be a little suspicious. "Father, you mean the black rogues of Messenia have all defected to Dionia?" "But it's only been a few days. Even those barbaric Italian natives have defected to the people of Dionia, let alone these stupid and docile black rogues. Agesilaus said worriedly. With the help of the Black Rogues, the Dionysian army's control over Messenia will be stronger. It will be more difficult for us to fight them in Messenia, and these Black Rogues will also affect the stability of Sparta